So much for being with us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Todd is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Todd, and I live in Georgia. I'm a veteran of 23 years. I love to give back to the community, whether it's my fellow veterans, some guy on the street corner. I offer what I can, when I can. I started noticing that my memory was slipping, and I wanted to take proactive measures to try to help that. I saw a Prevagen commercial, and I did some research on it, and I wanted to find out, does this stuff really work? I started taking Prevagen about 3 years ago. Since taking Prevagen, I feel clearer in my thoughts, my memory has improved, and generally just more on point.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire the largest injury firm in the world for your injury case? Let me count the ways. Your case will be handled by your lawyer, a paralegal, and a case manager who's always in the office for you when your lawyer's in court. There's also a 24-hour hotline if you ever have a question or a problem. We've collected over $20 billion and won a lot. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Summer, and the living is easy. It'll be super easy with one call to Captain Chucky's. Get your orders into Captain Chucky's now. Make that summer gathering one to remember and put the all-new Bang Bang Jumbo Lump Crab Cake on your picnic table. A delicious, creamy 5-ounce jumbo lump breaded crab cake with a kick for those who like to spice it up with some heat. Check your nearest store for availability. Locations everywhere. Visit WeLoveCrabCakes.com. That's WeLoveCrabCakes.com. Visit the location nearest you. WeLoveCrabCakes.com.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, like $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed no matter the condition. The best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
A partial house collapse in North Philly displaced a dozen people. A Bucks County Little League is a win away from Williamsport. And Vice President Kamala Harris and new running mate Tim Walz made 2 stops in the Midwest, in Wisconsin and Michigan, on their first full day as the new Democratic ticket for president and vice president in 2024.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT. Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Phillies are hot.
Pitch swung on. In the air, deep left center field. And that ball is gone as Alec Bohm has turned the game around.
And Friday night, you'll hear them here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
He's in the pitch, blasted down the right field line, and that ball is gone. Harper has hit the 3-run home run to break it wide open.
Catch the Phils and the Arizona Diamondbacks. Coverage starts Friday night at 9:05 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
When it comes to your home or business, Bradford White knows hot water is not optional. It's essential each and every day. That's why Bradford White makes water heaters that are built to be the best. With innovative features like our exclusive Microban antimicrobial technology that helps protect and keep the tank clean and extends the life of the water heater for top performance 24/7. How you heat your water matters, so choose the proven reliability of Bradford White. Learn more at bradfordwhite.com.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We remove the stress and get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better. You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge.
Oh, you people are wonderful.
Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee.
I hear better than I ever thought possible.
Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to jabraenhance.com/try. That's JABRA enhance.com/try. jabraenhance.com/try.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at CISA.gov/Secure Our World for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Neil Armstrong waited 6 hours and 39 minutes to step onto the surface of the moon. Jackie Robinson waited 20 months to play his first game with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And even DiCaprio had to wait 22 years to win an Oscar. You can wait until your destination. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The markets had the big sell-off on Monday, a better day on Tuesday, and then another down day on Wednesday. The Dow lost 234, the Nasdaq down 171, and the S&P 500 off 42. The Dow logging its worst 5-day start to a month in over 6 years, the worst stretch for the S&P 500 in 8 years. Disney returned to a profitable third quarter, recording $23.2 billion in revenue as its combined streaming businesses, Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, started making money for the first time. Plus, the performance of Inside Out 2 and Deadpool and Wolverine gave the company the 2 highest earning movies of the year thus far. 2 big television groups, Gray TV and Nexstar, report earnings this morning. News Corp and Paramount this afternoon. And Bankrate reports that mortgage rates are at their lowest point this year, 6.56%. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
This week, Vice President Kamala Harris picked Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate. Before introducing him, she said she'd been looking for someone who will help unite our nation, a fighter for the middle class, a patriot who believes in the promise of America.
So, Pennsylvania, I'm here today because I found such a leader.
From Philadelphia, Walz went on attack against former President Trump immediately when he took the mic, already trying to counter Republicans' criticism of him on crime and his handling of the riots in Minneapolis after the death of George Floyd.
And make no mistake, violent crime was up under Donald Trump. That's not even counting the crimes he committed.
Former President Trump told Fox and Friends Walz and Harris don't believe in border security, and he said the two of them want communism.
He's a very liberal man, and he's a shocking pick, and I'm thrilled. I could not be more thrilled.
The choice comes after a whirlwind summer during which President Biden was pushed out as the Democratic nominee following his debate performance June 27th. Harris was then elevated. Former President Trump was nearly killed at a rally in Pennsylvania. And while we think of the top of both tickets here, all of these events impact those down ballot races.
It just reinforces to me the importance of this moment.
Dave McCormick is a Republican Senate candidate in the critical swing state of Pennsylvania, and he was at the rally during the assassination attempt on former President Trump.
This Senate race in Pennsylvania is probably being the key state and Commonwealth to determine the presidency. Also, likely the state that could flip the majority. And what's happening in Pennsylvania is, in many ways, what's happening nationally in terms of, the many challenges Pennsylvanians have in terms of the economy and the wide open border and so forth. So I've just tried to keep a steady focus, a steady course, making sure that I'm talking about the kind of leadership we need to take our country in the right direction. And if anything, I think the last few weeks have sobered people and made them realize how important this election is, and they're paying attention, which I think is a good thing.
Are you a Republican who is happy with the vice presidential pick of Tim Walz? I know former President Trump was expressing that he was happy. He might have said he was happy with any pick because he's a fighter. But are you particularly happy with that kind of pick, or does it matter to you?
Here's what I honestly think. I don't think there's much evidence to believe that the vice presidential pick has much of an impact on the national race or even on the down ballot races like Pennsylvania. That's historically not been the case. Of course, had it been Josh Shapiro, he's my home state governor, so that would have been it would have had an impact, but I don't think a consequential one. I think the sad thing about it is that what happened in terms of the leading up to the decision was clearly a campaign directed at Governor Shapiro, which certainly had a whiff of anti-Semitism associated with it, and I think played to the more radical part of the Democrat Party. So I was disappointed by that, saddened by it. I mean, we've seen really a lot of hatred, a lot of violence on our streets, on our campuses, and a lot of anti-Semitic statements and leanings. And that was disappointing to me. And I hope that wasn't a factor, but it sure felt like it might have been. And so I was saddened by that part.
Yeah, why did it feel like that? I didn't see any overt claims out of the Harris campaign about that. I mean, you would think that there wouldn't be, but why are so many Republicans sort of mentioning that anti-Semitism is involved here?
Well, you saw that that paper that Governor Shapiro had written when he was a college student that got so much attention. You saw all the media associated with some of the more left progressive elements of the party, saying that there'd be an uproar if they supported someone who had those pro-Israel leanings. So that's what I'm pointing to as a suggestion. And listen, when you see some of the protests on the streets, you see what's happening in some of our major cities with these anti-Semitic and what I would describe as anti-American protests. I can imagine that would have been a consideration because it's a very significant part of the Democratic Party. I mean, here in my home state, my hometown where I live in Pittsburgh, Summer Lee is the congresswoman and has explicitly, in a very Jewish area, has explicitly and been very controversial because of some of the anti-Semitic things she said. So I think it's a fair suggestion that might have been a factor, and there was certainly lots of media to suggest that might be the case.
Tell me, some of the post-pick analysis has presumed that Republicans are relieved because he's a pretty popular governor in Pennsylvania, which is a critical swing state, and that having him as the vice presidential pick would have made winning Pennsylvania harder. But in your mind, is he just as capable as delivering the state for Harris Walz as governor if he's campaigning for them? Like, does it really matter what his position is?
That's why I didn't think it mattered that much, because I think the most consequential thing is that she holds a set of views, a set of positions that are wildly out of touch with Pennsylvanians. And when Senator Casey endorsed Kamala Harris, I ran a commercial the next day, which was a 90-second digital ad, and it showed Senator Casey saying how capable she was, and that Pennsylvanians would love her once they got to know her. And then it ran 60 seconds of her own views. These are her words. There wasn't a Republican word, no voice, nothing, but just Kamala Harris in her own words. And she talked about banning fracking. She talked about transitioning energy workers. She talked about mandatory buybacks of guns. She talked about legalizing illegal immigration. She talked about eliminating private health insurance. She talked about reducing red meat consumption with government policy. Those were her own words. And those weren't her own words 20 years ago. Those were her own words in 2019 and 2020. But beyond that, you have, with Vice President Harris, a even more liberal agenda in her own words. And I just believe the people of Pennsylvania don't want to become governed like the people of San Francisco. And I think that is the most consequential challenge that the Democrats face, regardless of who's on the ticket with Vice President Harris.
I was going to ask you about that ad, actually, because you really became the first one to define Harris from the Republican side.
I wish I could take credit for it. I would give I guess I take credit for having a great team, but we have a young man and some of his colleagues that put that together. And I think they showed, I definitely.
Well, I want to ask you though, you obviously are the one that you're the chief, right? So you have to sign off on that. Why did you? Because I assume, at any point were you thinking, I'm running against Bob Casey, I'm not running against Kamala Harris, so why are we so focused on her in this ad? But it was many pundits and analysts said it was highly effective.
Well, I think I did certainly sign off on it. And I want my campaign, generally speaking, to be about policy and leadership. I want to have a conversation within Pennsylvania around whether Bob Casey has the right leadership and the right policy views to take our great Commonwealth and our country forward. And of course, it's very related to who's at the top of the ticket because my opponent, Senator Casey, voted 98% of the time with Biden-Harris. And I think it's fair to suggest that if Vice President Harris were to become president, that 98% track record will continue. So in my mind, they're one and the same. Harris, Casey, Casey, Harris. And so what I wanted to do with that is say, listen, this is now a set of policy views that are really out of step. Senator Casey's really out of step. He's already been out of step in the last 4 years with his voting, but he's going to be even more out of step with Kamala Harris. I mean, I will make it very clear that I think Bob Casey's a failed senator and has done a terrible job. But I think people should elect me because they think I'm going to be a good leader and do a good job. And they should fire him because he's done a bad job. And that was what that commercial was trying to do.
So Bob Casey spoke at the Harris Waltz introductory rally in Philly this week. I'm sure you heard what he had to say about you. So I'm going to give you the opportunity to knock down whatever you'd like to of the things he said. He says, do you really live in Connecticut? You support a no exceptions ban on abortion, that you've lied about creating jobs when you were with that software company out of Pittsburgh. Does any of this in particular bother you or that you'd like to take a swing at?
Well, listen, I mean, it is all lies. That's the unfortunate thing about it. It's I live in Pittsburgh, not Connecticut. I don't have any properties in Connecticut. I'm a full-time resident of Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania. I've lived the majority of my life in Pennsylvania. I've had a very successful business career, really blessed. I started with nothing. I was a young man. I went to the Army, went to West Point, served in the military, and I've been really blessed by everything America has to offer and Pennsylvania has to offer. So that's what I'm trying to bring to the Senate. And I think it's dangerous. Senator Casey has a record. He's not running on his record. He's running on trying to vilify me. And you never like to hear mean things said about you, but I like that. I like that choice. You have the choice between a guy who's been in public life for 30 years, public office, in the Senate for 18 years, and doesn't have much to show for it, and has voted 98% of the time as Biden-Harris, or you have a guy that was born in rural Pennsylvania, grew up working on the family farm and baling hay and trimming Christmas trees, went to the military, served in combat, was able to lead a big company in Pennsylvania that created 600 jobs. And I was certainly a big part of creating many of those jobs. And then went on to serve the government again. And so I feel like I've got a lot to be proud of. But more than that, I feel like I've got a lot to share as a leader on behalf of Pennsylvania. And I'd be honored to do it. And so I think the people of Pennsylvania are going to have to ask when they see all this negativity, wait a second, why is Bob Casey attacking Dave McCormick instead of saying why they should vote for Bob Casey? And so it's unfortunately politics is a contact sport. What surprised me is the degree of lying. And Bob Casey's lied a lot about me, but he's lied a lot about a lot of things, including, his saying all along that, Joe Biden was cognitively capable of being president and saying all the spending wouldn't cause inflation and on and on and on. So that's what this race is about. This race is about leadership and ideas for the future. And my guess is Pennsylvanians are going to tip the right way when it comes to the ballot box on November 5th.
Pennsylvania Republican Senate candidate Dave McCormick, thanks for joining us.
Thank you. And for your listeners, if they want to learn more about me, they can find out about me and my positions at davemccormickpa.com.
Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Stop what you're doing and listen to this. Your God-given freedoms are up for the taking. And those doing the taking are the same people who've sworn to defend your freedom. They think they can control the media, hide the truth, and force their delusions onto your family. You know what they can't take away? Self-reliance, peace of mind. Got water filtration? You should. A charged solar generator? You better. Emergency food on your shelf? Get it now from My Patriot Supply. My Patriot Supply is the most trusted name in survival, and for damn good reason, too. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com right now and save $200 on their best-selling 3-month emergency food kit. It delivers over 2,000 calories per day, plus sealed inside practically unpierceable packaging. It lasts up to 25 years. Oh, and did I mention it's delicious? Go to MyPatriotSupply.com and save $200 per kit. Includes fast and free shipping. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
Robert is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
I am Robert Strickler. My wife Joyce and I have been married for 53 years. Certainly one of the really important things in my life are our children and our grandchildren. I am essentially a writer. I've been involved in communications. I've been an avid fly fisherman. I've been taking Prevagen for at least 8 years. For me, the greatest benefit over the years has been that Prevagen seems to help me recall things and also think more clearly, have a crisper ability to remember and think through things. And I enthusiastically recommend Prevagen. It has helped me an awful lot.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
With NJ Diet, you can lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. They have customers that have lost 37 pounds, 100 pounds, and over 120 pounds, and they've kept it off. You'll have more energy, and you'll probably see better lab results. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to provide you personalized natural formulas and supplements so you can lose the weight, and DNA testing will help you keep it off. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. Go to njdiet.com.
If the summer heat hasn't convinced you to replace your old windows and doors, then maybe my good friends at Guided Door and Window can help by giving you an extra month to do so at their best prices of the year. Take advantage of Guida's big summer sale and receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all expertly installed high-performance triple-pane windows. And 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can easily buy now and pay later with Guida's low monthly payment plans or interest-free financing up to 18 months. Don't wait until fall like everyone else to replace your windows and doors. You need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires at the end of August. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
You're on the hook for a great time when the Marlins visit Citizens Bank Park to take on the Phils Tuesday, August 13th and Wednesday, August 14th, both at 6:40. Visit Phillies.com to get tickets today. Who doesn't love a family reunion? Come to ours on Sunday, August 18th at 1:35 when the Phils host the Nationals and Toyota Phillies Alumni Day. Secure your seats at Phillies.com.
Talk.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. A powerful earthquake rocking southern Japan. The quake registering a magnitude 7.1 and was centered off Japan's southern main island of Kyushu. A tsunami advisory was issued. Tropical storm Debbie making a second landfall this morning near Bulls Bay, South Carolina. Heavy rains and flooding expected as the slow-moving storm is expected to keep chugging inland and as far north as Vermont through the weekend. The Trump, Vance, and Harris-Walz campaigns were in the same battleground states yesterday. Fox's Grady Trimble.
Harris and her new VP nominee, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, continuing their battleground tour in Wisconsin and Michigan. Former President Trump's running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, visiting the same two states, is trying to halt their momentum, crossing paths with Harris's plane at the airport in Wisconsin and trolling her for not talking to the media.
America's listening to Fox News.
is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The United States women's basketball team walked into Wednesday's quarterfinal matchup with Nigeria 3 wins away from another gold medal. It's 1 down and 2 to go. Team USA defeated Nigeria 88-74 for their 59th consecutive Olympic victory, and they'll now face Australia on Friday at 3 p.m. Eastern in the semifinals. The team was led by Asia Wilson, who had 20 points and 11 rebounds, while guard Jackie Young chipped in 15 points. The U.S. squad is looking for its 8th straight gold medal and 10th overall. The men's team plays in the semifinals on Thursday against Serbia in search of its 5th straight Olympic gold medal. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Risky is how I would describe Michigan. They're saying prove it yet again with the notice of allegations coming from the NCAA. The punishment last year, of course, in regards to Connor Stallions and the sign stealing scandal. Now Sharon Moore's involved because he's apparently deleted, 52 text messages to Connor Stallions whenever he learned that Stallions was named in this the report that they were going out and advanced scouting, stealing signs from opponent sidelines. Michigan is doing exactly what they did last year. They're saying, okay, go ahead, prove it. We served our punishment. We self-imposed things at the beginning of the year on something separate and apart from what we're discussing now. The Big Ten stepped in with Tony Petitti and had us sit for 3 games. We went on to win the national title in the college football playoff. We were eligible. The president of the NCAA said we won fair and square. What do you want us to do about it?
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
Hey, this is Mike Quick. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and your point-of-sale system isn't helping you sell more, earn more, or work less, you need to talk to my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. PDQ has everything you need for success. PDQ POS is the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS system available. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, Joe Flynn and his team will create a custom game plan that will help your business succeed. Visit PDQPOS.com.
If you're looking to furnish your home or replace your old furniture, your journey begins and ends at Bucks County Estate Traders. One piece of advice, make sure you have time when you come here. The 58,000 square foot showroom is a furniture wonderland. Quality high-end pieces with inventory changing daily. It's all here. Mid-century modern, traditional, vintage, antique, and name brands. They'll ship anywhere or you can pick up in-store. Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield or at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Remember when all those Hyundais and Kias were being broken into and stolen? Not so much anymore. Anti-theft software upgrades have cut theft rates by more than half, according to the Highway Loss Data Institute. Approximately 24 Hyundai and Kia models built between 2011 and 2022 are eligible for the software upgrade. Consumer borrowing in June grew less than expected, reflecting smaller credit card balances. According to the Federal Reserve, outstanding credit rose $8.9 billion when analysts were expecting a $10 billion increase. Wealthier Americans are still going out to eat, but they're choosing IHOP and Applebee's more often. That's the assessment from the company that owns the chains, Dine Brands Global, that says it's attracting more diners from households making $100,000 and up, but seeing fewer low-income customers. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BICEP to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BICEP to 321-321. That's BICEP to 321-321.
As America's largest injury firm, we have advantages few others do. Our results and reputation are well known to the other side, and we have a track record of going toe-to-toe with them and winning big. But what does that mean for you? What does that mean for your case? I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One of the things we're most proud about is that we set up our firm so that your case gets lots of attention from a lot of people. Our technology and army of lawyers give us insight and oversight into every detail and every moment of your case. Paralegals, legal assistants, investigators, buildings with boxes of evidence. Every resource carefully designed to get you the most possible. And at Morgan & Morgan, we even have a dedicated team to make sure that your calls are returned that very same day. Injured? Dial pound law. That's pound 529. There's only one Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Visit ForThePeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you are never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you're injured in an accident, we will work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say it won't cost you a dime up front, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3.
Philadelphia.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From
the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go. Live on this Thursday, August 8th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Don Stenzelin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Henry Machette, our associate producers. We are absolutely loaded today. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. What a nasty pea soup of a drive it is out there.
Rain, go away.
Yeah. It's just going to get worse, too.
Yes.
Come again some other day. Gregory.
Hi, dude.
Hey, bud.
Yeah, this going to be a lot of rain today and tomorrow, right? But at least the weekend looks good now.
Yes.
Yeah. And football's back tonight, by the way, too.
My sister-in-law is getting married tomorrow, so my son's in the wedding. So I'm like, hey, it's not looking good tomorrow. Saturday and Sunday looking great, though. So.
All right, what meal did we pick? Beef, chicken, or fish?
I'm sure it's fish.
Fish?
I don't know. It's up to my wife.
She filled that out?
Yeah, she filled that out for me.
Nice.
Yeah.
So wait, is Dylan wearing a little white suit?
Oh, yeah. Well, not white, but it's, it's a little suit. It's adorable. Yeah. So my wife's in the wedding, so I have to,
supervise?
I have to,
parent?
Schlep him around tomorrow, which should be great.
Oh, we have stuff to get into today. The big take. How does Donald Trump turn the tide? J.D. Vance, I've got to give him a little bit of credit. I thought what he did yesterday, I won't call it epic like social media was calling it, but I liked it. We'll get into that. What he did on the tarmac. Can Kamala Harris actually laugh her way to victory? Two different people in two different entities claiming that she's just having fun, and fun is all you got to do. We'll get to that coming up. And maybe the greatest prediction that this audience could ever ask for, as John Fetterman believes Donald Trump will win Pennsylvania. Fetterman's back, folks. For a moment, he was like, you know what? This Josh Shapiro guy, no, Kamala, you can't do that. And then we're like, oh, my God, he's reverting to the old Fetterman. And then he realized he's a closet conservative.
Wait, we don't want to get into it, but I'm calling a flag on the play. Did you watch the entire clip, or did you just watch the 23-second clip that went on social media?
Let me pull my fishing rod out of the water. Is that all wrong?
You have to listen.
Something?
Yeah, you have to listen to the entire clip.
Okay.
You have to listen to the entire clip.
You have the full clip?
I have the full clip, and all right. This is good. This is good. This is a good tease. It's a good tease.
All right. Then I'm wrong.
That's why you guys can't get your news off of Twitter. Please, I'm begging you. Stop with Twitter.
Oh, hold on a second. Hold on.
Can we stop getting our news from Twitter? Good God.
All right.
It's always wrong. Let me just repeat that. Twitter is always wrong.
All right.
Thank you.
We'll get to that. Also, Olympic gold medal on the line in female boxing. The only problem is it's down to two dudes. We'll get to that. Great cut sheet, voicemails, and also a very interesting story when it comes to, we've been talking about the black vote. We've been talking about the Jewish vote. It might actually be the Hispanic vote that determines the election. Where do you hear, and we know illegal immigration is a major issue, but where do you hear some of the numbers in this country over the last 4 years? That's coming up in hour number 2. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:05, the great Dawn Stenzelin.
And good morning on this rainy, dreary, just nasty weather morning. 68 degrees. As we can't wait for the rain to stop. There's just word of a tractor trailer jackknifed on I-95. That's going on, so just happening within minutes.
Good. Well, thank God it didn't happen. 35 minutes ago.
Right. Or Greg. Greg would be calling us from the road, giving us one of those.
It usually happens
reports.
on the blue route, right around Plymouth Meeting, around one of those sharp curves.
It does, yeah.
So be safe, baby. Buckle up. Wawa sponsors our news and Kayal and Company News Live. So much happening. We have a house collapsing in the Philadelphia's Logan neighborhood. This lady, this poor one homeowner, she thought there was an earthquake. Because, you hear about these weird earthquakes lately. So in this one, the homeowners, their neighbors, all impacted by the sudden collapse of one home. And there's actually incredible video of the scene captured, the back of the home, which just whoosh, it just collapses like the vet back in the day. Implosion.
The
it's
implosion.
Weird.
Yeah.
So I know L&I, seriously, L&I is looking into it. They, these homeowners. The sad one is the one homeowner. She has said that her cats were in the house, and so she's very upset. She had 4 cats in the house.
Oh.
So she gets out.
Okay.
The cats were inside.
Were these childless cat ladies?
Stop. It's Philadelphia's Logan neighborhood.
Yeah.
About a dozen people displaced, but thank God we don't have anybody seriously injured. 4500 block of Broad Street yesterday afternoon. And so it was just wild and crazy as people were running out, making sure their neighbors were okay. We don't know exactly what happened. Obviously, again, L&I, all of the inspectors, they'll be out looking into this and looking for the neighbors' cats. We have the Bucks County DA's office announcing a major arrest, busting up a major ring, they say, 4 guys allegedly trafficking millions of dollars worth of cocaine and methamphetamine from California to Pennsylvania. So the DA, Jen Scorn, naming Matthew James Byrne of Broomall, Joseph Byrne of Levittown, Khalid Kemp of Philadelphia, and Christian Garwood of Flowertown. They were members of the Byrne Drug Trafficking Organization.
Oh.
Nice little business they had going on, allegedly.
Uh-huh.
And so according to the group, to police, the group allegedly led by Matthew Byrne, the patriarch of the group, saying that he shipped more than $5 million worth of narcotics from coast to coast.
Okay.
So big bust out of Bucks County, and we're hearing this more and more, with them going after, working undercover, and working with not just local law enforcement, but the feds as well, getting some backup. We also have a California father convicted of the murder of P&B Rock, Philadelphia native, after he instructed his 17-year-old son to rob and kill the Philadelphia native, the rapper, while he was eating lunch with his girlfriend. P&B Rock, by the way, born Rakeem Allen, 30 years young.
I never heard of P&B Rock. So he has a minor, his minor son. He basically employs his child to be a hitman?
That's the rap from officials in L.A. County, the jury in L.A. County, finding this 42-year-old Freddie Trone guilty of one count of murder, among other counts. So this California guy takes out this 30-year-old rapper.
Oh, boy.
For the motive looks like robbery. The sad piece of it, P&B Rock, if you know the backstory, he was somebody from Philadelphia, and he was somebody who wanted to give back to the community. He owned a shop in the hood, if you will.
Okay.
And so was trying to give back to the community. This was a robbery.
Yeah.
So I've never heard of that rapper, and I've also never heard of apparently the Billboard #1 chart artist or music group that was performing at the Kamala Harris rally yesterday either. I'm out of the music game. I have no idea who some of these people are today in modern music.
Who is performing?
I'd have to go back and look at it. And it's a
local. It was a.
Is it local
group? She's smart. So at all these rallies, she's smart that she gets a headliner, like we talked about Megan Big Stallion, right? That she gets these local, or she gets somebody famous, so that you get the crowd riled up, but also, you get
more
a
people
crowd
to show
that maybe
up.
is a little bit of a music crowd.
Yeah, I've got to go back and find the name of the group. It's still I saw it yesterday, and I'm like, I have no idea who these people are. But
was it in Wisconsin or Detroit?
It was in Eau Claire.
Oh, it was Bon Iver.
Yeah, who is that? So should I know that?
Yeah, he's a.
I don't even know the genre.
He's a singer-songwriter, like from a couple years ago.
Alt rock, country.
No, he's like a. I don't know how to describe him.
In your wheelhouse? Is this something Phil Almquist would play at 9:52?
No. It's a. Trying to think of what his big song is.
Yeah, because I saw the clips yesterday, and I'm like, I've never. But then again, I'm 40 going on 80, so I don't listen to that whatever genre he's apparently famous for. But supposedly, he's a Billboard #1 artist.
He's a Grammy Award-winning folk band singer from Eau Claire. He's a native of Eau Claire.
Okay, well, she's playing to the hometown crowd, right?
Yeah.
Right, everywhere she goes. Surprised she didn't have Eminem in Detroit last night.
So I know we'll talk more about the stolen valor. Oh, I like this. It's nice.
It's the Kamala concert tour. 35% there to see her, 65% to see the artist.
There was no artist in Philly, though.
That's true.
I thought in Philadelphia there was some warm-up group.
This my excavation.
Now she just brought all the people with real approval ratings to Philadelphia, Lake Shapiro. By the way, a story coming up later today of Pennsylvania Democrats, an exclusive of how relieved they are that Shapiro was not the choice.
That's Bon Iver.
All right.
There you go.
So you know who Taylor Swift is. She has something in common with Donald J. Trump.
And that would be what?
Well, seriously, she canceled her Vienna shows in Austria after learning there was a terrorist plot that would have targeted the Eras tour.
Oh.
So an assassination, plot reported against Taylor Swift.
ISIS, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Swift was set to perform at the Ernst Happel Stadium, and that would be today, tomorrow, and Saturday. People traveling from around the world. Taylor Swift Eras Tour Vienna shows all canceled due to government officials' confirmation of that planned terrorist attack.
For the second time in my life, I'm back on Team Swift. I'm with the Swifties here. ISIS, you got to take the L. I got to ride with Taylor on this one. Got to do it. Not my style, but you know what? When it comes to terrorism, get out.
This 19-year-old was detained just yesterday and a second one arrested in the afternoon. That according to the Vienna, their government, but they're saying that the suspects allegedly pledged allegiance to ISIS, with authorities saying both men were radicalized online, and the suspects were reportedly planning to carry out those attacks in Vienna, which included Swift and her concerts.
6 scumbags.
How long do you think it's going to be until Taylor Swift is doing a Kamala Harris and Tim Walz concert?
Oh, I would. That's a great point. That's better than 50-50. Oh, there's no question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to come right. It's going to come right before the election, like September.
She was hesitant
Maybe
to
October.
fully endorse Joe Biden.
Yep.
But now that there's a female on the ticket,
she ain't going to be hesitant to.
No.
No way.
That's a good point.
No way.
Yep. Internet's going to break when that happens, by the way.
Well, we have so much going on locally, nationally. We also have the forecast to get to, but I do have to get to our Philadelphia Phillies because our Phils did something we haven't done in like a month.
Win a series?
Win a series, yeah.
And Kyle Schwarber delivered 3 homers, tied his career high, 7 RBI.
All right.
Philadelphia Phillies
Yeah.
beat the Dodgers 9-4 last night, so la-di-da.
So they took
I'm
a
happy.
series against the great LA Dodgers on the road. All is well now.
See?
All right.
This is good.
Now we can forget about them until the playoffs because football's back.
Arizona Diamondbacks the next series.
Another good team.
D-backs,
though.
baby.
Yeah, they're a winning team as well, so it's not over yet.
So we have, let's talk about Wawa, our sponsor this morning. Summertime's here. It's Hoagie Fest, $5 shorties, $6 classics, always built to order with meals, cheeses, and veggies you are going to love. So get your fave, hot or cold hoagie. Definitely a hot one this morning because it's so cold and so rainy. Or you can always try something new, only at Wawa Hoagie Fest. So today, 77 degrees. This rain and miserable weather continues. Poor visibility. Then much of the same tomorrow will clear out eventually as we get the remnants of Debbie, tropical storm. But that tees us up for the weekend, which is looking lovely. Mid-80s, lower humidity, the sun comes out, so we'll look forward to the weekend weather. Meantime, seriously, be safe out there. A lot of accidents. Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:15 on this Thursday morning. Let's get to another big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning, how Donald Trump can turn the tide on Hurricane Harris. You know, they say in life that hope is not a plan and also failure is not an option. Sage words to live by, especially if you are the Trump campaign and a supporter of Donald Trump. So what are you prepared to do about it? Sitting back, just waiting for Trump to crush Kamala on a debate stage is entirely too passive and feels like years away. Hoping for pro-Palestinian chaos in Chicago at the DNC might not be enough. For 2.5 weeks, Kamala Harris has been on a honeymoon high. Temple University's Leah Corus Center was humming on Tuesday for Harris, Walz, Shapiro, and Fetterman. I want to play you this clip, and you're not going to hear a ton of commentary, but I want you to absorb the volume and the vibes. Listen and watch this. A lot of laughs, a lot of giggles.
Good evening, Philadelphia.
Walz having the time of his life.
Good evening.
Good evening, good evening. All right, that'll do. You can get rid of that clip. Yes, those two are super cringe, but you know what? Their campaign, it's got juice right now. And I know they have musicians showing up in Georgia and Wisconsin. And look, they have no substance. They have no policy. In fact, they don't want to talk to the media. Short of these friendly rally settings, they are ignoring the press. But polls show that they have cut Trump's lead to basically nothing. And they have energy and momentum. And we, all of a sudden, again, have an election. We have a race. It is a coin flip. And then we had yesterday in Wisconsin. Phil, if we could play the video of the early hours of Wednesday in the buildup to the rally, that would be great. Listen and watch this video. Fairgrounds getting packed. A little Whitney Houston in the background. Kind of reminiscent of Butler, Pennsylvania, from a venue in a setting, right? Out in the middle of nowhere. And according to reports, it was over 1.5 miles long that there was this massive of a line to get into the event. Phil, if you could show the graphic right there. There you see it on a one-lane road out in the middle of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Pretty big, right? And I know people are going to say, wow, Nick, Trump holds 55,000 and he gets 110,000 at the shore. I get it. I'm well aware. I was invited to that event. But I tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear on this show. And that's why this show has been ultra successful. I'm not carrying anybody's water like the mainstream media. But the media is carrying Kamala's water. They are running her campaign with lamestream talking heads regurgitating the copy points. And it's working. And oh, by the way, Kamala Harris goes from Wisconsin to Michigan last night and regurgitated the same speech almost word for word. And I'm with you. I don't get it either. I don't understand how you can be the most unpopular vice president in my lifetime and then suddenly be installed from a losing administration, become the presidential nominee, and suddenly have a following. And it's one thing if you were a part of an administration for the last 3 years and 10 months and you were kicking ass and taking names. The economy was booming. Crime was non-existent. The border was secure. You wouldn't have to issue stances on your policies. You say, you know what? Look at the last 3.5 years. It's working. But it's not. Yet here she is, and she remains quiet, as does Tim Walz. But Republicans need to find a way to grab a hold of the wheel and steer the ship back in their favor. So how do you do that? Well, one of our great tweeters, Marcus Aurelius, said yesterday that Trump should hold a rally in Chicago during the DNC. Not a bad idea. Attempt to one-up Harris during her coronation? I think it would be a savage move. It would be reminiscent of the Monday Night Wars when WWF invaded WCW in Atlanta, Georgia, as they showed up outside of the arena that their competition was performing a show in. Wrestling fans, you know what I'm talking about. If not, look it up. It's called Google. You could also make the presidential race about one simple concept. And I think the Republicans and the Trump administration have done that, but I think you need to hammer it home even more. Brand it as identities versus issues. Say that the left is infatuated with identity politics while leaving Kamala Harris and DEI out of the conversation, but we, the GOP, have the policies to correct the issues. I also personally would jam this clip down America's throat. Listen and watch this.
Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry has consistently said what he told us on June 2nd.
I will speak the truth. And the truth is that on Wednesday, around 6 p.m., I called the governor and asked for the National Guard.
Text messages and emails from the mayor's office for Wednesday, May 27th back that up.
That clip from 2020 during the Minneapolis riots, that clip courtesy of WCCO in Minnesota, and it illustrates how Governor Tim Walz basically allowed the destruction of Minneapolis to occur by essentially telling the local authorities to stand down. A Democrat governor leaving a Democrat mayor out to dry. And Kamala Harris, she was asked about correcting the economy and getting inflation under control. She had no answer. We played you that clip a few days ago. It was about a 65-second word salad of stating the obvious with zero solution. Again, hit them with policy. Donald Trump was live on Fox and Friends Tuesday morning, fielding questions from callers live on the air. Here is his solution to how he would fix the economy. Listen and watch.
We are going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to bring down the cost of energy. Energy is what caused the worst inflation, I think, in the history of our country. Food prices are up 50%, sometimes more. You look at bacon. Bacon is quadrupled. You can't order bacon. You can't order anything. We're living horribly. We have the worst inflation we've probably ever had in our country, and it started because of energy. We're going to drill, baby, drill, and then we're going to have China and all of these countries that were treating us good when I was there toward that. I mean, it took me a long time to get them to behave properly. All of these countries are going to, again, stop. Like 4 years ago, I could ask you, you were in great shape. You had low energy costs. You had low food costs. Everything was good. You could buy a house. You had low interest rates, 2% interest rates. You had gasoline at $1.87. Now it's $5. And by the way, going up very substantially. But you had gasoline at $1.87 a gallon. Nobody talks about that anymore. Nobody even can believe it's going to happen. It's going to happen again. We've got to get the energy prices down, and everything else is going to be tumbling down with it, the prices, because what Biden has done to the economy is so horrible, and what he's done to inflation in our country is just very destructive.
See, Kamala, how hard was that? Problem, policy, presentation, produce. It's not rocket science, Ms. Harris. Another way to seize momentum is to show how many notable former Democrats or liberals have joined Team Trump, so to speak. Tulsi Gabbard, former Democrat. She was my top choice for Veep had Trump decided to go with a lady. Use the power of the Joe Rogan podcast. Rogan, hardly a conservative, but he is pro-Trump. Massive reach. And then, of course, there's Elon Musk, the man who restored free speech on Twitter and now calls it X. Trump needs to hit it out of the park with the Tesla owner and climate change activist and free speech absolutist. That's coming up on Monday. He's become an ally of yours and those on the right. Maximize it. Don't botch it like Ron DeSantis did on that dreadful Twitter Spaces broadcast way back in May of 2023. Politico writing the following, quote, Trump announces major interview with Elon Musk. Last month, Elon Musk endorsed Trump, but said he won't donate to his campaign. And then Bloomberg with this headline in reference to what Tony Bruno mentioned on our show yesterday. Quote, Trump suggests avoiding Google in an interview with gamer Aiden Ross. Aiden Ross, this gamer, he's got a massive following, and he appeals to the younger demo. If you want to reach that 18 to 29-year-old demographic that Vivek Ramaswamy has been imploring Republicans to do, this is a good start. Think outside of the box. Talking about the wall is not going to lead you to victory. Calling Tim Walz Tampon Tim, not going to cut through the noise. And continue with ads that go after Harris's radical agenda, because that's what she is. not her ancestry and what she claims to be on any given day, which, by the way, we'll get into it a little bit later as she suddenly picked up a different accent again in Detroit, Michigan. But I want you to listen and watch this latest attack ad against Kamala Harris.
I am radical. I do believe that we need to get radical.
Radical Kamala raised money for a fund that bailed out violent criminals, that freed murderers and rapists. They even bailed out a domestic abuser. Days later, he murdered a man. And defunding police?
The idea that more police equals more safety, that's just wrong. We have to have this conversation about redirecting resources.
Kamala Harris, dangerously liberal.
I am radical.
Make America Great Again Inc. is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Keep hammering those types of messages into people's head. And as Dawn said perfectly yesterday, radicals like Helen Gim, they were rejected in Philadelphia for more of the classic liberal type like Sherelle Parker. And we're seeing it not only in Philadelphia, but just recently nationwide, in New York, in St. Louis. Radical squad Democrats like Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush sent packing. Goofy nicknames, DEI mentions, other social media viral moments in your little ecosphere. It's only going to lead you to defeat. Yeah, it's red meat to your base. They'll retweet it. They'll say, oh, he just owned her. It's not going to cut through with the people that matter in this election. And the Trump team, I think, knows this. It's just a matter of whether or not the boss will take the advice, listen, and execute it relentlessly for 3 straight months. But until you get her on that debate stage, and I do believe Trump will destroy her in a debate, you can upstage her in the Windy City. I think that's a start. You can chat with Elon Musk. I think that's very smart. You can speak to Gen Z and gamers. Do a slew of different things. Expand your horizons. Expand your playbook. Your base can only carry you so far. 74 million, not enough. It's time to get back on the field and play offense and think outside of the box, because you've been on the sideline for way too long. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, thoughts and reactions, certainly encouraged. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat, it's our Kayal and Company comment community. And also your voice messages. Download the Odyssey app. Right next to that Listen Live button is a microphone. You tap that, you leave a voicemail, see if it makes the air at 9:45. Nick, Dawn, and Greg back after this on a Thursday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins.
Join the millions of people who are celebrating going hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins. Footwear you just step into and they're on. That's right, you don't have to bend down and you don't have to touch them, which is why people can't stop talking.
After trying Skechers Slip-ins, I want all my shoes to have this technology.
So how do hands-free Skechers Slip-ins work? It's like they have an invisible built-in shoehorn so your foot slides into place. Then our heel pillow keeps your foot comfy and secure. And Slip-ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids, in all your favorite Skechers styles.
It's crazy how something as simple as a pair of shoes have made my life better.
I went hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins, and I'm never going back.
See what everybody can't stop talking about. Go hands-free with Skechers Slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you'll love that new bathroom. Plus, an industry-leading warranty. A 10-year recipient of Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Get your free in-home consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You know, now's the time to get Rescue Natural Supplements during their annual Customer Appreciation Sale. Rescue is celebrating you. Save 50% when you mix and match any 5 products or more with the code VIP50. Plus, you'll receive free shipping. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Again, mix and match any 5 or more single bottles and enjoy 50% off plus free shipping. To place an order, visit res-q.com or call 800-26-ALIVE. Again, that's 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. And if you're new to Rescue, be sure to create your own account to earn more exclusive savings. Again, use that code VIP50 to receive 50% off and free shipping when you mix and match 5 or more Rescue Natural Supplements. That's code VIP50 at res-q.com.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb.
An excessive heat warning is in effect. Is your AC system struggling to keep your home cool? If you hear something funny, smell something burny, your AC is frozen or leaking water, or even feel warm air coming from your unit, it's time to call CNC. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning. Your local York certified comfort experts can make it a no-sweat summer for your entire household with one phone call. 0% financing options available. Don't wait until it's too late. Visit cc-hvac.com to request your estimate today.
Yo, Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Happy Thursday, everybody. Hopefully you are dry, safe, and secure. Nick, Dawn, and Greg will get you through the morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the Odyssey app. That's always free. Hit that microphone button, leave a voicemail, and make sure you're doing it when you're at a stoplight or a stop sign.
Be safe.
Yeah. Hands-free, folks. Hands-free. It's the law. Click it or ticket. 855-839-1210. We got a lot of good stuff. I'm going to make sure we hit the cut sheet right on time today at 7:45 because there's just so many gems that are out there. But I wanted to talk this morning and get everybody's thoughts on this whole momentum thing because I do think it's palpable and it's kind of uncomfortable, I got to be honest, because as I said in the big take, when you are as abysmal as she has been in 3 years and 9 months in this role, it just goes to show you that even though the mainstream media does not have the power maybe that it had 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, that machine can still hum and it can still operate. And it is carrying her through the days of August right now. And it's actually even resonating with Republicans. Longtime Republican pollster Frank Luntz, who's been doing this for 35 years, I think, since the early 90s, late 80s. He's been dubbed the Nostradamus of pollsters. He said this yesterday in regards to Harris and Trump. He says, quote, "Make no mistake, Trump's advantage with the Republican convention after that night has ended. It's gone. It's wiped away. And if the election were held today, I actually believe that Harris would beat Trump. That's how much things have changed over the last 2 weeks." I disagree with him. I still think Trump will win in a very, very tightly contested race. But right now, polls are what they are. And whether it's a positive poll for Trump or a negative poll, I take all of them with a grain of salt. Gun to my head, if I had to make a wager that mattered today, I would pick Donald Trump. But I don't feel great about it. And if you ask me the same question 10, 14 days from now, I might actually change my answer. Dawn, are you concerned about the momentum? Because I do think we have to say this. If we're being fair, right? We said during the debate on June 27th and how Trump had all the momentum for about 4 weeks. Yeah, that's great for all of us who live it, but everybody else, it's at the summer, they're on vacation. So that still applies here to Kamala Harris and the honeymoon. We're living through it because we consume every single stinking headline, but a lot of people are checked out. Is the momentum real for you, Dawn? Are you concerned right now?
I think the momentum is, she announced, 2 weeks? 2 weeks. It's unbelievable to me 2 weeks ago what happened and that weird weekend coup where they apparently pressured Joe Biden to drop out, convinced him to do that, betrayed him, gave him the shiv, as he only likes to say. I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
And then to leave him as president, the media not asking, where's Joe Biden? Let's see if he is competent to be the I mean, the lack of media in this country is concerning. You want to talk about a true danger to democracy? Because part of the reason that we don't have licensing in our media, right? Part of the reason we don't have that is because that's protected under our Constitution, and we're supposed to have a free and fair media that is somebody who's a fact checker.
Mm-hmm.
And so we don't have that. That's a danger to democracy. The fact that they have all, they're like the fanboys and fangirls at all of these events. So as far as Eau Claire, Wisconsin, I worked in Eau Claire. I love Wisconsin.
Oh,
My mom's
really?
from, yeah.
Okay.
Eau Claire, I love Eau Claire. But Eau Claire, Wisconsin, on that one-way road. So, okay, how many? I mean, it looked like I don't know. It looked like a busy day at Mass with cars. I mean, I'm serious. So, how many cars were there? 100? Like, what are we talking about here on a one-way? They're parked on one side or whatever. Like, okay, good. That's fantastic.
You're doing exactly what the left did for Trump's rallies. I'm telling you, you're doing the exact same thing.
How many? Oh, really? Well, how many people were at? I'm good for them. I'm glad that people are fired up. I'm glad that people are finally want to go to a rally.
I mean, the way I look at rallies, whether it's pro-Trump, anti-Trump, pro-Harris, or anti-Harris, to me, rally size does not matter as far as bottom line who wins. But I will say what astounds me, and I know I've said, about the concerts, and I think that's baked into it, right? You just have to arrive at the conclusion that when you bring out a big celebrity, that's going to draw more people than maybe if it was just Kamala Harris. But the fact that there are actually people excited for her, and I know the media is carrying the water, and they're waving the pom-poms, but what I don't get, and this is the part that I'm really frustrated with, is everybody said she's a train wreck. And now all of a sudden she's the nominee, and you like her? You think she's? I mean, maybe I'm underselling Trump derangement syndrome. Maybe it just doesn't matter who runs against Trump.
But let me ask you guys a question: Who said she was a train wreck?
We
did. Everybody who follows this closely did, right?
No. Lois, she had a net favorability rating lower than Joe.
For the people who knew who she was. I'm telling you
guys.
Well,
that's true.
She is redefining herself right now because the majority of the people didn't know anything about her. Yes, anybody who followed her closely knows that she's a train wreck, but most people don't.
You're right.
So think about what you're saying. What you're saying is, and just think about this for a moment, and think about the media coverage. I know you're going to play it later. The moment where J.D. Vance walks over and trolls the media pool that's following Kamala is my favorite thing in a long time.
Yeah.
Because I love that he's calling out the media.
Mm-hmm.
The media is complicit here, and all of this to me, they're in a honeymoon.
Yes.
All of this unravels. I mean, yesterday with the stolen valor issue, and that is really escalating.
Oh, yeah.
I know it's the military community, and people may say, well, I don't really... Wait till all of this unravels.
Yes.
And so to me, look.
That could be a momentum killer, right? Because, Dawn, you said, yes, it's the military community, but I don't think lying about your military record plays well in middle America. Right.
And even the mainstream media, I listened to this last night. I listened to it this morning just to make sure. They're saying, oh, J.D. Vance is questioning the military service of Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. No, that's not the story. That's not the story, and they know that that's not the story.
But even
the story is that this is somebody who has basically claimed that he is a combat veteran and carried weapons of war in combat. He never did.
And he never did. He never deployed.
Never did.
JD did, right? JD
Absolutely.
JD was it Iraq and Afghanistan? I forget the two countries, but JD.
After 9/11, JD Vance signed up.
Right. JD Vance was on foreign soil during combat.
Yes.
Whereas Walz was not. But I do want to play the tarmac thing because I thought it was a great moment for JD Vance, and it's not going to save the day, but I do think it's a step towards squashing momentum.
And to your point, Nick, and I'm so glad you're playing. I hope you. I want people to see this.
Yeah.
This is somebody who is a United States Marine.
Yeah.
Hoorah.
Yes.
Right? Hoorah.
And
this guy has so much energy.
Yep.
He is fired up. I know he's from the Midwest, but there's a little Philadelphia in this guy. That took some sass.
He's got a little underdog in him from the standpoint of growing up poor, a chip on his shoulder, which again goes to hey, I don't care what your identity is. If you start out dirt poor, you can get to the top. You just have to work your you-know-what off. So I'm going to give you a dealer's choice, Don, because I got two clips on two different dynamics here. Do you want to hear JD and see JD on the tarmac as far as maybe stealing momentum from Harris, or do you want to hear the scary part? I'll give you your choice, positive or negative. We have to get to both in the next 10 minutes. Which one?
Negative first.
All right, negative first. So K1, Greg. We'll flip back to K1.
Good God.
Yes, Greg's back in there toggling around with the mouse. All right, up, down, left, right. So this is the scary part. The Atlantic wrote a piece, and then a sports talk radio host made a comment. And you're going to say, "Well, I don't give a crap." What? Here's the thing. He's not a political pundit, but you know what? This election is going to be decided on uneducated, stupid people. And I'm going to play you that clip in a moment. So here's what you need to hear.
No punches, Nick Kayal.
That's right.
Uneducated, stupid people.
I'm fired up.
Yeah.
Or people who aren't paying attention.
That's correct. So the Atlantic, first of all, a columnist by the name of Spencer Kornhaber, sounds like a real fun person to hang out with, by the way, writes the following. Rather than write off Harris's cringy speeches, viral gaffes, and sudden onset accent as it changes from day to day as cheap fakes, the liberal media appears keen to try a different strategy. Reframe Harris's weaknesses as strengths. The Democrat auditioning to become leader of the free world is not an airy cacastocrat prone to word salads, but rather a fun candidate whose, quote, oddball charm satisfies the content demands of the moment. Kornhaber suggested Monday that the Democratic nominee's viral moments are, quote, fun to watch because they show a serious person having, well, fun. Okay, so frame it, the Atlantic framing it this way. Kamala's just having the time of her life. It's a serious time to be alive, but she's a fun person, right? Giggling, laughing, waving, chuckling, the whole bit. Everything that we mock as like this uncomfortable crutch. Is she up on some sort of substance? What's that all about? Oh, my God, it's cringe. They want to say she's the fun candidate, right? Okay. So I framed that for you. Now let's hear K1, and you'll see this as well. Colin Cowherd, probably the most influential sports talk radio host in America. This was from his TV simulcast on FS1, talking about the same theme that the Atlantic writer just wrote about. Listen and watch this clip.
Because it's an election year, and increasingly we're being fed doomsday scenarios, and people want to be happy. So people are putting down their phones and turning on something that makes them feel happy. Caitlin Clark, Copa America, the Summer Olympics. Americans are much more united than anybody on their iPhone would acknowledge, but that's hard to sell.
Amen.
We really all want the same things, but we watch different news channels for it. But people are tired of the angst. This weekend, I turned on CNN. Didn't plan to, but they had a Kamala Harris special. It was like 2 hours. I didn't plan to watch it. But what I noticed between her and the other guy running is she smiled a lot. She was happy. She laughed. It wasn't constant finger pointing and grievance. And I found myself sitting there for 2 hours. It was kind of uplifting. It didn't really matter because I don't know much about Kamala Harris other than what I read, but it was like uplifting. And that's why I'm watching so much of the Olympics. And I watch so much of Copa and the Euros on Fox. Yesterday, I went to lunch with my daughter. It was a nice day out. All I saw, young couples, smiles, dogs, fun, people laughing, playing ping pong outside. People were happy. You would never know that if you sit staring at your iPhone all day. So,
amen.
Somewhere I heard Greg Stocker pop up on my right shoulder saying, see, not everything is real life on Twitter. And I agree with him on the first part. There's three takeaways. Number one, yes, what you see on your iPhone is not necessarily real life. But number two, Mr. Cowherd, with all due respect, that other guy is Donald J. Trump, the former president of the United States who was almost killed. And number three, while he might not be wrong about the fun concept, that's what scares me, Dawn. That's what makes me want to chug a bottle of Tito's. He's
a Democrat.
I get that.
That guy's a liberal,
but
Nick.
We're talking about a small sliver of independents in swing states that are going to determine this election.
Yeah, and they care about the economy.
You know
what's a real buzzkill?
I hope.
We have Iran playing like a cat with a mouse, just waiting to pounce on Israel. We have terrorists, at least of 100 of them, in this country right now, and an active terror threat. You know, it's a real buzzkill. a terror threat.
Mm-hmm.
And if I say, oh, we shouldn't be serious, like, well, what? You know what's really serious? When a bullet whizzes by your ear, takes a chunk of your ear off.
But you're
like to say Trump shouldn't be serious because, he had an assassination attempt. It was just an assassination attempt, basically, on Taylor Swift.
Yep.
How does that affect the Swifties?
But you're looking at it from a logical, educated, concerned citizen perspective. The sad part about this country is at 18, you have the right to vote, and you can impact the world by knowing jack squat. That's the scary part, and that's what I'm concerned about. That's why I have said my biggest fear for Trump is that uneducated, no child, single, career-oriented liberal female that might not voice her opinion on social media, that on November 5th comes out with a vengeance and hands in that ballot like she just won the Tour de France. Boom, slams it down on the table, submits it through the machine, whatever the way is that your local precinct that you vote. That's what concerns me. We all consume. We all sit here and say, well, look at the border and look at the wars. It's a mess, the economy. But a lot of these dopes out there that have no idea what inflation is and have no frame of reference of $1.87 gas versus $3.62 a gallon. That's what concerns me. If everybody was educated, like if we had an election where you only had to look at the facts, you couldn't get in your feelings, this should be a landslide. This should be a blowout. She shouldn't be able to beat a 10th grader competing to be the speaker of Wissahickon High School. But the fact that she could be the leader of the free world I swear, I'm telling you, I'm going to have a night where I wake up at 2:15 in the morning in a cold sweat, knowing that she's going to be the leader of the free world. And I don't mean to disparage her from the standpoint, I don't think she's a stupid person. I think she's just a god-awful stupid politician. There's a difference. Like, in her past life as a prosecutor, if I just looked at her as a district attorney, as somebody who dreamed of being a prosecutor my whole life, like I kind of commend her for the way she locked everybody up. But politically, she's a total dunce. She's about as dense as a stick of bubble gum.
Yeah, and I don't even. It's just that to me, she's not. The truth is, she's not qualified.
No, she's totally in over her
run
head.
To be the commander in chief and the leader of the free world.
Correct.
Look, she went to law school. She's a bright person, a book smart person, whatever.
Not quick on her feet.
But it takes more than that. I mean,
Yeah.
she has zero executive experience, and when you think of executive function, when you think about learning,
right.
I don't see a lot of executive function quite. She giggles at everything.
And I don't think she has street smarts. I don't think she's quick-witted, which is why I do believe if we get a debate, and I guarantee you, here's a prediction. When we do get the debate, that muted microphone concept that happened with Joe and Trump on June 27th, that'll be in play if this is an ABC News event. She is going to say Trump cannot interrupt her. Because a lot like Joe, even though 21 years younger, if Trump throws her off of her script, she's toast. Just like Joe minus the dementia.
A couple of I was looking back to see what I missed with Walz, the Minnesota governor, and I did see like 8 days ago, some of the unions, the big unions, they were saying Walz was their choice. And so I just think, what are they going for here with this ticket? I think that they know that this is going to be a sliver thin margin, a few states, swing states. And so the fact that some of the union leadership wanted this guy, I will simply say I believe that he wasn't as fully vetted as maybe you would like, and I think that they're going to find some holes in his stories.
And you know why and here's why I agree with that this is just a total theory of mine. I know she's installed. She'll be a puppet. She'll do whatever, whoever it is behind the scenes, Obama, whoever's calling the shots, she'll do everything they say. But I do think, I want you to think about this for a second. So he didn't get vetted properly, right? I think this is her pick. Because if you think about it, she's been installed. She's had 2.5 weeks. She's inherited a campaign staff. She's inherited writers. She's really had no say in anything as far as building it the way she wants to build it. I think behind closed doors, she wanted to have her imprint on something here that she can say, this is mine, for better or worse. If I get it right, it's all me. If this whole thing crashes and burns, at least I'll be able to say, well, I had my hand in something, and you don't have sour grapes that everybody else selected everything for you, and maybe it imploded and you had nothing to do with the decision making. I think she wanted him. Yes, I think the anti-Semitic thing played in with Shapiro. Mm-hmm. Yes, I think it's a guy that will not steal her spotlight or her shine. But I think this is her hand-picked person.
And to your point, we know a lot about, they talk about Trump's ego. What about Kamala's ego?
It's massive. It's massive. There's a report from the New York Post about how she treated, remember, she had 92% turnover rate. Apparently, she curses a ton behind the scenes. And look, you take it for what it's worth. There could be sour grapes. Their sources, they are what they are. One of the quotes, I believe, was some people, and this seems a little far-fetched, but to your point with ego, people couldn't look her in the eye directly. I don't know about that.
You know what's interesting to me? MSNBC and CNN and everybody, they've hired all of former Trump cabinet members and Trump staff that don't like him anymore.
Yep.
We're all the media outlets that are hiring the Kamala team that quit on her at a record rate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To give us some dirt on that.
I know.
Like they love to do on Trump.
If I'm Fox, I would hire one of those people, right? I mean, CNN and MSNBC probably won't hire them.
Fox would be
water.
Fox, you could understand. I think if CNN wanted to pretend like they were, straight down the middle, they should absolutely hire one of those people.
Funny you say that, too, because CNN has not really tried to crush Kamala, but they are kind of picking apart and fact-checking Tim Walz on this whole military stuff, which I think we have a clip of that. So it's interesting. They'll go after the white male vice president, but they won't go after the African-American female presidential nominee, which is an interesting dynamic. So
yeah, and to watch her,
She's not African American.
That's right, African American, Jamaican, Indian, Asian, Greek, Puerto Rican.
Fundraising, she bragged that they've raised some $200 million, another $20 million plus just since Tuesday night with Walz. So the money pouring in. The question about her from staff was her level of work ethic, and that she wasn't willing to put the work in. And so right now, though, she's out there. She obviously, every day they're doing this swing state tour. And so she's campaigning. We saw Hillary Clinton was exhausted. And we see Trump, Vance at the time, Trump at the time in 2016, amazing. Sometimes 2-3 venues a day. Mm-hmm. Can Kamala keep up? So I watch her ego. I watch her work ethic, how she keeps up, because campaigning, even though they're trying to, they only have 90 days or whatever, but can she keep up? Will she keep up at this pace? Those are the things I'm watching for.
All right. 855-839-1210. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2, and then we will get to J.D. Vance's trolling moment on the tarmac, and also the full context of what Fetterman said regarding the Keystone State. It's Kayal and Company. Hour 2 is next.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. And one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
We have a man who's a warrior,
a great military person. Dave McCormick is a seventh-generation Pennsylvanian who grew up in Bloomsburg, went to West Point, and earned a Bronze Star for his service in the First Gulf War. Dave went on to an outstanding career in business, and now he's fighting for the people of this Commonwealth, and he loves this Commonwealth.
Conservative Dave McCormick.
We need new leadership. We need a new president in the White House that's going to get our country back on track. We need a new majority in the Senate that's going to be able to take our country in the right direction.
Dave will vote to secure your borders, stand up to China, unleash incredible amounts of Pennsylvania energy, and he wants to stop Bidenflation. David McCormick, you have my total support and my total endorsement, and you got to win. Dave McCormick.
I'm Dave McCormick, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick. www.davemccormickpa.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to GetCash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
GetCash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news! I went to GetCash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to GetCash.com. That's GetCash.com. GetCash.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
40 days to lose up to 40-plus pounds with NJ Diet. It only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40-plus pounds. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to personalize supplements that will target your hormonal imbalances so you can lose that weight. Then NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep it off. Call Dr. T, 855-5NJ-DIET, or go to njdiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds, 40 days up to 40 pounds, NJ Diet.
Hey, it's Show to Camera. Right now, stop by United Tire and say you want to trade in your tires, and you'll get $100 off 4 new tires. No promo code needed, and you'll get United Tire's no-fault road hazard coverage for free. That includes free maintenance like rotations, flat repairs, and more. That's 2 amazing deals. Nobody beats United. All other promotions apply, like manufacturer rebates. United Tire completes for you. Go to UnitedTire.com to find the locally owned United Tire location nearest you. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
number 2 of Kayal and Company underway here on a Thursday morning. Nothing but a good time. That's what we try to have. I could peddle fear for 4 hours. I could rant and rave till my head explodes. Probably not the best style, though. 855-839-1210.
I'm sure after the 6 o'clock hour, people are going to want to chime in. So make sure if you're listening on the Odyssey app, which I know a ton of you are, hit that microphone button. Leave us a voice message. Tell us how wrong we are. Tell us how right we are. Tell us Nick Kayal sucks. Tell us Greg Stocker sucks. Dawn, no, everybody loves, so it's fine.
Thank
you. But leave a message. 60 seconds, 30 seconds, 10 seconds, and we'll play for you at 9:45.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not going to hurt my feelings.
No.
My wife neutered me long time ago.
There's a lot of Greg Stocker hate coming up at 9:45, which I know the audience loves. So
yeah,
it's great. I bring it.
Tales from the tarmac.
It's not easy being a heel.
But it sells.
It sells. Thank you.
And it pays.
Yeah.
We'll get to the tape from the tarmac. Also, John Fetterman on Pennsylvania. Cut sheet absolutely loaded. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news around number 2 at 7:05. The great Dawn Stenson.
And good morning. This rainy, wet, ugly on the roadways morning as the remnants of Hurricane Debbie, now a tropical storm, creeping up the coast headed our way. We are sponsored by Budget Blinds. This morning, 68 degrees, cloudy, rainy, poor travel conditions, and reports of on I-95 a major backup with a jackknife tractor trailer truck that is really wreaking havoc in Philadelphia with I-95 with that one going on. You know, I'll lead with as far as the weather. Pennsylvania, New Jersey first responders, many of them deployed already to North Carolina to assist with all the relief efforts because of Tropical Storm Debbie as that makes another landfall. So all these first responders from our region, they're on their way to flood ravage to the southeast.
Yeah, Tim Walz was asked to show up, and at the last second, he got cold feet and went to a coffee shop.
Well put. But J.D. Vance, he'll show up.
Yeah.
Our United States Marine combat veteran.
Yes.
So days of rain really forcing the deluge hardened residents of South Carolina communities, many of them, and they're really assessing all the damage left behind by the storm. So you think about the thunderstorms, the flooding, and all of these threats of continued rain. And now it's a slow-moving tropical storm that is over the Carolinas. Talking about Roy Cooper. We talked about Governor DeSantis declaring that state of emergency. And we're seeing this as the federal aid and the federal response efforts, as well as our local responders from across the country. But in this case, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Task Force 1, New Jersey. So they are on. They hit the road yesterday, bringing apparatus, bringing manpower, and really a lot of swift water rescues, if you will, happening.
The bulk of it, or the worst part, is still to come, correct? For us?
Yeah, for us, it really today and then into tomorrow. Tomorrow is when we see the remnants. So if you're driving this morning and you see how ugly it is and the poor visibility, and then also just thinking about when you're driving on any roadway like the Schuylkill Expressway, because it's a crowded expressway, you have the slap of the oncoming traffic.
Mm-hmm.
If you're headed into the city, that westbound traffic, whoosh, you get those waves of water.
Yeah.
And that's something that they warn about, for us locally. People don't think about that.
Mm-hmm.
Causes wipeouts and accidents.
The timing of this is terrible, too. I told you my in-laws have all those catering tents up at Music Fest. Bad enough the economy, the first 2 days, they were down. And now with all the rain, it's just it's a total lost cause at this point. I think Phil Omquist, Mr. Music himself, was saying yesterday that I guess whatever big acts were coming up in the evening hours got pushed up to 5 p.m. and then they pretty much punted on the evening performances and everything basically closed down. Because if you've ever been up there, it's that main street's up high and then you go down below by those creeks and tributaries and things like that, all flooded, all washed out, total waste.
Sorry. So wait, do they go through this weekend?
Yeah, it started Friday, August 2nd, and it goes through Sunday the 11th, I think. It's like a 10-day stretch.
So the good news is
Yeah.
this weekend will be gorgeous, and hopefully even by Friday evening.
Good.
Hopefully the Friday night acts because the forecast has changed. Remember, Monday morning, first forecast of Kayal and Company, I had reported that actually Saturday looked like a washout.
Right.
It's improving now at this point.
There we go.
So the weekend looks good. So we'll look to that one. I will say locally, the other issue, not just the rain and the flooding on local roadways, but we had this guy yesterday. You think about a couple of on the roadways road rage situation. So this car that we found the gunshots fired on the Schuylkill on the boulevard, I should say, that one was a road rage shooting.
Wow.
We had another road rage.
Well, Philadelphia roads do infuriate.
Jeez,
and not to the level of shooting somebody.
And then in North Philadelphia, this investigation, this driver just literally knocked this woman out of her shoes, launching her more than 100 feet. This one, the deadly accident along North Broad, North Philadelphia, according to police, and they're giving us some new information just this morning. But this woman crossing the street and had just left a North Philadelphia convenience store there. The driver in an SUV apparently speeding and struck this 59-year-old woman. She died right there. They couldn't even get her to an emergency department.
Wow, yeah. I mean, you get struck by an SUV and you go flying 30 yards in the air. It's just good luck.
Yeah. So we have that one going on, that investigation. Still trying to get new information of a story that I think is one of the most underplayed stories I've seen in a long time, and that is the arrest of an alleged assassin who wanted to assassinate Donald J. Trump. And so this one's still being underplayed in the headline, although the media has gotten a little better about it. But there are still questions about that. And as to the connection, was there any connection to the July 13th assassination attempt right here in Pennsylvania in Butler County?
Yep. We're coming up on the 1-month anniversary and still don't have all the answers, all the details. And forget getting the answers or the details. The coverage doesn't exist, Dawn. It's
weird.
And
talk about weird.
Nobody's really, at least publicly, saying, how do we not have any online footprint of this guy other than that little bit of whatever that Gamer Channel app was? That's amazing, man. What our news wants to bury and what our news wants to lead and run with just goes to show you the power of the machine still.
Yeah, and so we're also seeing another gentleman, David Dutch. We remember this name as we think about Corey Comparator, who was killed. We know that David Dutch, who was also shot and seriously injured here in Pennsylvania during that assassination attempt of former President Donald J. Trump. So Dutch, I know, had spoken out for the first time since his hospital release. He still continues to recover. 57-year-old Marine veteran survived that attempted assassination of Trump here in Pennsylvania. As Nick said, next Tuesday will be the 1 month. You think about what has transpired in less than a month.
Mm-hmm.
But Dutch speaking out, he was in the bleachers right behind Trump, 6:11 p.m. when he was shot in his chest and in his liver during that Trump rally, Butler, Pennsylvania. So speaking out about that, I know we'll talk about that more, but just wanted to bring his recovery into the headlines. And then as well, thinking about the investigation that continues as we try to learn more about this Iran-linked plotter who appears to have been targeting Trump and arrested and charged. But the timing of that, so suspicious when you think about what happened in Butler, PA, and what the authorities and Secret Service knew about an attempt or an assassination plot.
You know, we have all these media watchdog companies that track what the mainstream media covers, how many times they mention things, what the duration of the coverage is, time and seconds wise. I'd love to see what the coverage will be over the next, let's call it the next 7 to 10 days of this latest Trump assassination attempt with that 46-year-old versus, now I haven't seen it yet, but it doesn't mean it won't happen later today, the media coverage of the foiled ISIS attempt on the Taylor Swift Eras Tour.
The Today Show's leading with it right now. It's it's 7:13. It's the first thing they're starting with. So
there you go. There's my answer.
So yeah, if there's maybe the Trump people just talk about Taylor Trump, I don't know, try to make some kind of a connection.
I thought a Trump Swift ticket would have been the lock to win the election, but it's just me.
So we've got that going on. So much happening with the forecast with Philadelphia, and remember Philadelphia's new property tax assessments. They are out. If you are a Philadelphia resident, I am. And so that was one of the announcements that Mayor Sherrell Parker made last week. This is part of the economy that we're seeing. Biden's economy, Bidenomics. But the average homeowner in Philadelphia, $333 to $350 higher than last year in these property assessments.
Mm-hmm.
In this economy, that's a big deal.
That's huge,
right?
Yes, absolutely.
By the way, I'm getting reports that like the roads out there, there's a ton of accidents and traffic and everything, and apparently the morning commute this morning is brutal. So
well, that's great for us as long as you're safe.
Strap in. Hopefully you're safe. We will get you where you need to go.
Yes.
Just stay on us.
All right.
Stay on Dawn. What?
Yes. Stay on me. By the way, the Philadelphia Inquirer has a headline this morning, and Penn reaped at least $1.6 billion in royalties from Pfizer from the COVID-19 vaccine. Now the university is suing for more. It's a federal civil lawsuit.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to headline that for you, thinking about COVID and thinking about following money trails.
These colleges want their sugar daddies back.
Well, maybe a sugar mama.
Sure, sugar mama.
So we are sponsored this morning by Budget Blinds and Kayal & Company News Live, as we're hopefully you're driving safe, or maybe just staying home and enjoying Kayal & Company from home.
Yeah.
On the
safe.
on YouTube. Yep.
Yeah. Summer's a great time to brighten up the window treatments in your home. Budget Blinds, your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, all the motorization. Just visit budgetblinds.com, get a free in-home consultation. It's the only no questions asked warranty in the entire business. Budget Blinds, thank you for sponsoring Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210, cut sheet in just about a half hour. But I do want to get to this J.D. Vance clip, the tape from the tarmac. And the theme of the big take this morning was taking the momentum and turning the tide away from Kamala and steering it back in the direction of Trump. And this won't do that specifically, but I do think you have to think outside of the box, get your moments, and find a way to kind of get people talking about you. And yes, I know the mainstream media will portray this in a negative light. They'll label it an attack, and Trump and Vance are coming after Kamala Harris, the whole bit. Not the case. Here's clip 20 as J.D. Vance with a troll job of Kamala Harris just below Air Force Two. Listen and watch this clip.
I know you're covering the Vice President here. I figured I'd come by and one, just get a good look at the plane, because hopefully it's going to be my plane in a few months, but I also thought you guys might get lonely because the Vice President doesn't answer questions from reporters and hasn't for 17 days. Have they given you guys an explanation for why she won't take questions from reporters? No? Nobody? Okay, great. Well, I hope that you change your mind, because it'd be good for the American people, and I think it'd be good for you all if she actually ran a real campaign instead of one from a basement with a teleprompter. So have a good one, guys. See ya. What would you like to hear from her? I'd love her to answer your questions. I'd love her to just answer what she wants to do and also explain why every single position she has changed. She pretends to be a prosecutor, yet she pretends to be a tough on crime prosecutor, and yet here she is wanting to defund the police. She's the border czar, yet she's opened up the American southern border. This is a person who has to answer the questions from the media, and it's disgraceful that she runs for you guys. It's also insulting to the American people. But anyway, we're going to go do our event. I appreciate you guys being here. I wish she paid you some more attention. See ya.
All right, so there you go. I think that was really well done by J.D. Vance, and I love how when he initially propositioned the media, they had nothing to say. He starts heading out, and then there's the bias right there. Did you hear the one media person say, well, what would you like her to say? How about you, as the media, grill her instead of grilling the person who just came over and asked you why she never seems to have anything to say, because obviously they don't have any policies to champion right now, although selecting Tim Walz basically tells you what the policies will be. They will continue to be far-left policies, despite the media's claims that Mr. Walz is just middle America moderate, which he is not. But I thought that was a really good job by J.D. Vance. And, oh, by the way, Phil, if you can isolate the still shot of the red-headed Secret Service agent, I believe that is the same one who had trouble getting her gun out of the holster in Butler, PA on the rally stage.
Oh, yeah.
I believe that's her.
Wait, let's see.
Right there she is.
Right, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
if you rewind it a little, it's the same color hair, same shades, same look.
Would she be? Yeah, I guess she would.
I think that's her. Now, I could be wrong. Don't take this as gospel.
So was she the one and they put it on loop? I had a bad day. And it shows her and
trying
she can't.
Yeah. As she's fuddling around with her gun.
Yeah, get her gun.
Yeah. So
interesting.
Yeah. So there she goes.
I love it.
Protecting JD. I don't know if I was JD, I'd probably have somebody else next to me at all times, not her. But the big takeaway to me is these are the types of moments. And I'm sure the media will say that, it was like, JD being ultra aggressive. It's male violence. It's a alpha
was he
male.
Though? He was just kind of friendly. He's like, hey.
Oh, yeah,
he said,
I loved it.
Appreciate you and respect you. And I just think you made the best point, Nick. And that is their silence initially. And then finally one guy tries to come up with some kind of a question.
Yeah.
But if it's me and if it were the other side, they're so biased, right? Or they're sheep and they just don't know what to do. But if that's me, I'm as a news reporter, because you've just called back or texted back to your news director and you've just said, yeah, we got nothing. She didn't talk to us. She snubbed us again. We've got nothing.
Yep.
So now I'm going to do a whole thing with him. I'm going to try to get him to say whatever. What are your criticisms? How's your press pool treating you? Anything.
Yeah.
To try to get some sound, because that's how that's your job. You're supposed to be following the campaign trail.
That's right.
The fact that they can't even think outside the box.
No.
They can't even think of a good question to ask.
And Walz is doing the same thing. Walz got off of Air Force 2 yesterday, or whatever flight he came in on. I don't know if this was going into Wisconsin or leaving Wisconsin to go to Michigan. He was peppered with questions. He ignored every single one of them.
Because they were yelling, J.D. Vance says stolen valor. And there were like those Girl Scouts there. And he's like hiding behind the little Girl Scouts.
Yeah. And look, this is where we are right now on August the 8th. But at the end of the day, the vice presidents likely will not matter. It's still going to come down to Trump and Harris, the top of the ticket. If you are, of course, of the belief that vice presidents do not matter. Creates great fodder and content for us right now, but I don't think Vance or Walz will really have an impact on November 5th.
No, it's the top of the ticket. It doesn't matter. It's all... it's all smoke and mirrors.
You either hate Trump or you think Kamala's stupid. I mean, I hate to say it, but
that's what it's going to come down to.
That's what it's going to come down to.
Amen.
It should come down to, issues. We can certainly still make the case, if we're looking at issues and policies, that this is abortion versus election. But ultimately, at the most entry level, at the most sophomoric level, it's, well, who do you hate and who do you think is terrible?
I'm telling you right now, this election is going to come down to I'm not talking about issues, but it's going to come down to a gender divide. It's going to be men versus women. I'm telling you.
Agreed.
That's where American politics is right now.
That's where American politics is.
And that's why that Aiden Ross, when you think about the influencer that you talked about in Trump, that was brilliant. If true that, I guess, Barron Trump hooked him up with that. Like, my teenage sons are like, yeah, did you see Trump? And there is such a divide. Because what are the teenage girls and college-age young women talking about? Abortion. And the guys, different topics.
Well, all I want to say is that if he wants to reach 18 to 34-year-old men, he should probably come on this show.
Oh, yeah. I've seen some of those numbers.
Since we do really well.
You saw the numbers? Greg doesn't let me see anything.
In that demographic.
I don't even get a peek.
You're on the email. What are you talking about?
Oh, he didn't. I mean, the whole thing.
What whole thing?
It was a joke. Sorry.
And by the way,
I'm just saying that, there's all this talk about this podcast and this streamer does this.
Yeah.
Radio has a big reach, 18 to 34 too.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
And apparently this station is the number one Odyssey talk station in the company.
Yep.
The entire company.
Yep.
The entire nation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just want to hammer that point home.
Yep. Thank you.
1210 WPHT. That's where it's at. All right. Take that, Rogan. All right. And Tucker.
We'll do it live.
All right. All right, let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Recently stopped by the Piazza Mazda dealership in Westchester. I got to tell you, I've never owned a Mazda, but between the usage you can get out of a Mazda and the sticker, the price tag, I mean, in a day and age where every dollar and every penny matters, I've said this countless times, I'm not sure that there's a better value out there than Mazda, which is why you got to check out Piazza Mazda in Westchester. We're talking specifically about the 2024 CX-30, which offers 8 different trim levels. So in a world where everybody wants customization for everything that they specifically crave and desire right now and at this immediate moment, it's one of 8 lifestyles for you. I mean, check it out today. When it comes to performance, the iActive all-wheel drive comes standard. Available turbocharged engine, that's going to pack a surprising punch. I mean, it's a 4-cylinder, but this thing's got a lot of giddy-up. Safety features such as blind spot monitoring, because we all love 5-star safety ratings, and that is exactly what you get with the 2024 CX-30. I'll be out with the Piazza Mazda Group and those people on Monday for a little golf outing. Looking forward to chatting with them. And you can chat with them right now in Westchester, Reading, or online. Go to piazzamazda.com. You're going to see that little chat box pop up. They'll get you situated and off and running. piazzamazda.com.
Hey, if you're tired of your old kitchen, or what about that outdated bathroom, you need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. And what about a new vanity, a tub shower conversion? You are going to love that new bathroom. Plus, Kitchen Magic offers an industry-leading warranty. They are the 10-year recipient of the Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, Kitchen Magic is offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel, 10% off. Get your free in-home consultation today. Book it. Get it on the calendar. kitchenmagic.com. Get that free in-home consultation. Look forward to 10% off. Look forward to 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, all with kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Are you looking for a place to call home? Say hello to hassle-free home loans with American Heritage Credit Union. Our team will guide you through every step from pre-approval to closing. And with the MyCU Home Connection program through American Heritage, you can unlock exclusive benefits, including a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discount when you buy or sell a home. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/homeconnection to learn more. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are offering the C40 lease for 36 months for under $500 to qualified buyers. This is a really fun Volvo to drive. We also have a huge selection of certified Volvos. And what about $15,000 off when leasing a 2024 XC90 hybrid? This is an incredibly fabulous Volvo. It's the Volvo I drive. Visit us here at Cherry Hill Volvo for the attention and respect you deserve.
If the summer heat hasn't convinced you to replace your old windows and doors, then maybe my good friends at Guided Door and Window can help by giving you an extra month to do so at their best prices of the year. Take advantage of Guida's big summer sale and receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all expertly installed high-performance triple-pane windows. And 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can easily buy now and pay later with Guida's low monthly payment plans or interest-free financing up to 18 months. Don't wait until fall like everyone else to replace your windows and doors. You need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires at the end of August. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashow, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different, but here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, like $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed no matter the condition. The best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downingtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal Company, 7:31 as we continue live here on a Thursday morning. What's on the cut sheet coming up 7:45. Also this morning, another chance to scoop up a pair of tickets to Politics and Pints. That'll be at 9:20 this morning with our morning mystery movie clip. If you can nail that clip, you will be seeing Dom Giordano and Donald Trump Jr. coming up on September 12th in Collingswood. And, of course, your voicemail messages coming up at 9:45 this morning as you navigate the torrential downpour remnants of whatever is left of Debbie. And as Dawn mentioned, the weather's going to hopefully get better tomorrow into Saturday. We'll get to Fetterman in just a moment. I did think it was interesting. The Daily Mail did an exclusive with Pennsylvania Democrats, and they interviewed many of them, some of which actually live right here in our listening area, a lot of which are actually relieved that Kamala Harris picked Tim Walz instead of Josh Shapiro as her running mate. One lady named Betty from Philadelphia says, I thought it was going to be Shapiro, but we need him to stay here in Philadelphia. We need him here. Carol Baroka from Yardley, PA, Bucks County said, I kind of wanted him to, but I also didn't want to lose him for Pennsylvania because he's been so good for Pennsylvania and Bucks County where I'm from. So almost a sigh of relief. I think all of us pretty much were of the belief that Shapiro should have been the choice if we were looking at it objectively. I do think it's a big victory that Shapiro is not on the ticket, and it is a gamble for Kamala Harris, who is going to try to win Pennsylvania without Shapiro on the ticket. Still doesn't mean that Shapiro won't have an impact. Shapiro said he's going to be working for the next 90 days to ensure that Kamala Harris takes the Keystone State, so we shall see. The other individual that was present at Temple University on Tuesday for the rally at the Leah Chorus Center was John Fetterman. So we actually have the full clip. This is clip 20. And I have the transcript here, and I want to hear this in its entirety and the full context.
It's clip 22, actually, Phil.
Okay, clip 22. And this was going viral on social media yesterday when it pertains to Fetterman the forecaster.
Just because I'm a little confused. Are we playing the full clip or K2?
Well, actually, you know what? Let's play both because I think a lot, myself included, I have no problem admitting if I'm wrong. I took this out of context. So let's play the clip that I thought was Fetterman predicting.
Yeah, that's K2.
Trump to win. That's K2.
Yep.
And then we will play the full context, as we mentioned this early in this morning when we were previewing all of our topics. K2, this is, I think, people running with something on social media that maybe was taken out of context. Listen and watch this.
I think if you match up Trump and Harris, which I think that's really what this is really about. And I do believe he's going to win Pennsylvania. And of course, it's going to be close, but I've been maintaining that whether it's Biden, whether it was Clinton, or whether now it's with Vice President Harris, it's going to be very close.
Okay. So right there, and now, unless when you just listen to that clip, you think he's predicting Trump.
Yes.
And then if you're wrong, well, did he mean to say she and not he?
Yes.
Let's hear the full context of the conversation.
So, Phil, just because we're kind of mixing things here, this is 22B. I just sent this to you, 22B. This is the full.
Okay.
This is the full clip. You can hear where he's just. I don't know if maybe it's a side effect of the stroke or whatever like that. But he clearly. If you hear the whole clip, he clearly says something different.
Okay.
This is 22B. Phil, go.
Well, when you look back in history of Pennsylvania, I think it's back to 1992. It's always been a Democratic win, except 2016, when former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton lost to former President Trump, as you noted. Why did she lose? Is it only Erie?
Well, I think that happened is that Trump he created a strong connection with the people in Pennsylvania. I mean, that's undeniable as well. And he created margins in those small rural counties that Romney wasn't able to create back in 2012 as well. In the 60s, maybe touching closer to 70. But Trump did that into the 80s, and that's allowed him to scale. And he won by only about 45,000 votes. And I would like to remind everybody that it seems incredibly unlikely that he can outperform his ceiling back in 2016 before a lot of the significant amount of baggage and things happened since then. And now I fundamentally believe that Harris is going to be able to carry Pennsylvania, regardless of whoever she has chosen to be her running mate as well, too. I think if you match up Trump and Harris, which I think that's really what this is really about, and I do believe he's going to win Pennsylvania. And of course, it's going to be close, but I've been maintaining that whether it's Biden, whether it was Clinton, or whether now it's with Vice President Harris, it's going to be very close, and I do believe she's going to prevail.
See?
Okay, so there's the full context.
The internet lies to you.
Yeah.
Can I say it again?
Can we stop getting our news from Twitter?
The internet lies to you. Thank you, part a billion.
Be glad I only sent that in the email last night and I did not retweet that myself because there is your full context. Two takeaways from that. Now, if he says that Kamala Harris is going to win Pennsylvania. Okay, that's fine. I get it. He's on that side of the aisle. He's on that team. I got it. If you want to argue that Trump hit his ceiling in 16 in Pennsylvania, okay, that's your opinion. I would actually disagree with that. I would use 2020 on a national scale to show that Trump has not peaked because, as we know, in 16, he had 62 million votes. In 20, he gained another 12 million up to 74. I do think post-indictments, post-assassination attempt, it's fair to arrive at the conclusion that he will exceed $74 million this time around, on top of the failed policies, the economy, the border, and things like that. He could still certainly lose Pennsylvania for sure. But one of the things, this is what really gives me hope. So the fear factor. Okay, let's look at it from two different angles. If I were to say Trump loses Pennsylvania, I think it's because of suburban single females. But if Trump's going to win Pennsylvania, I think it's because Kamala Harris's stance on fracking. I mean, she wants to ban fracking. She's against it. She opposes it, and she walks it back. She's somewhat for it. Where do you stand on the major issue in the Keystone State? And maybe fracking's not the number one issue, but it's certainly prevalent in this state, and that could very well work against her. Dawn, do you think the fracking issue could be her demise here locally within the state?
More than just that.
Okay.
It's a combo deal, and you're exactly right. That was what Hillary Clinton lost the union vote, and and remember, didn't even go to Wisconsin.
Wow.
But took for granted the union vote and lost that vote. I know, Bo. She wanted to get rid of all of that. That was Hillary Clinton. So as far as Kamala Harris, I think it's, even though now she's reversed, she's claiming apparently that she's reversing her stance on fracking. Nobody believes it.
Right.
When you combine that with the fact that states like Pennsylvania, because of all of these green deals and whatever, the restrictions that we have are pushing businesses away. And so that's another piece of it. So will Harris get the union vote? I said earlier that Walz, some of the main unions were looking at Walz, and he was their choice. And was that part of this?
Mm-hmm.
But do they trust her? And then not just with things like fracking and the jobs, but then also, what about these restrictions? Because even if they say, no, we're not going to do the EV deal like we're doing, because you must understand, EVs mean less jobs. It takes less people to put these together, right? So does anybody really trust her once she gets in there?
No. I mean, A, you can't trust her based on the failures, and B, you can't trust her on the flip-flopping of positions. I mean, one day it's this, the next day it's that. I will give Fetterman credit. That clip was from Newsmax with Greta. At least Fetterman's willing to go on channels like Newsmax and Fox. This, again, goes to the hiding factor, right? Kamala Harris, Tim Walz. When are they ever, forget national interviews, forget press conferences, forget friendly settings like, ABC and NBC. I don't expect them, but like right there, was that such a contentious interview? Fetterman probably doesn't have all his faculties post-stroke like Kamala Harris does, because Kamala Harris has never suffered a stroke, but even he's willing to go on those channels. Meanwhile, the vice president and the future vice president, if they win, are just basically, and we talked about it, they're going to run the same playbook back. They're minus COVID, minus lockdowns and being legitimately in your basement. They're going to try to do everything they can because the calendar actually benefits them. What I said 2 days ago on the Big Take on Tuesday, you can hide somebody for 93 days. You can't hide them for 6 months. You can't hide them for 9 months. You can't hide them for 12 months. It won't work if it was a longer stretch. 3 months, might be able to pull it off. And to this day, at this point in time, they've been able to do that. We'll see if they can keep that momentum.
You know what, Nick? I will say you played that sportscaster earlier saying, "Oh, Kamala, and they're happy and they're laughing."
She's fun.
It's tough to laugh or want to have fun when you're about to lose your union job. Yeah. Has his administration, the Biden-Harris administration, have they saved these jobs? I think if they've been effective in doing that, then okay, maybe they get that vote. But I think this is not a fun, laughable economy.
Oh, well, it is for Colin Cowherd when you make $18 million a year to talk about Aaron Rodgers. Again, people that are not living in reality, right? Yeah. We talk about social media not being real life. When you're the 1% are the only people out there that have not truly been impacted on a quality of life basis over the last 4 years.
But to be fair, they're the ones that are never impacted ever.
Right.
No matter if it's a Republican or Democrat.
Correct.
So
they're above it all.
Yes.
Yep. And they can sit on their little perches and look down on all of us deplorables. All right, Cut Sheets coming up next. It's very, very juicy. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
People are talking about Window Nation. One customer said,
"We couldn't be happier. This was a great experience."
Window Nation is about value, and this August, they're giving you a great value during their anniversary sale. Buy 2 windows and get 2 free. There's no limit on how much you could save. Plus, pay nothing for 24 months. Act now and get an extra $250 credit. Hurry, sale ends August 31st, so schedule a fast in-home estimate right now at 866-90Nation or at windownation.com.
Hey, fantasy football fans, do you want to be the owner who was doing a cram session the night before the draft? I didn't think so. You need to start your prep now. This is Faraz from Upper Hand Fantasy. Zach and I are here to get you ready for your fantasy football drafts with insights and advice. From sleepers to busts, we've got you covered and give you the upper hand on your friends. Today is the day to start getting ready for the draft, so join us and stay ahead of the competition. Follow and listen to Upper Hand Fantasy on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's one thing falling in love with a house, picturing yourself moving in and calling it home, and quite another navigating the world of price negotiating, mortgage lenders, and finding the budget that works best for you. An agent who's a Realtor can make understanding that world easier. Realtors have the expertise, access to proprietary data, and tools to help you get from imagining living somewhere to actually doing it. That's the kind of help we can provide, because that's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
So last year, I had the bright idea to dig up part of my backyard to put in a new patio. Little did I know that underground electrical for most of my neighborhood ran through my backyard. One wrong hit of the shovel and bam, lights went out, my hair turned white, and now I can wirelessly charge my smartphone. You know, they say hindsight is 20/20, but 2/20? That's something completely different. Trust me. Call 811 before you dig. Know what's below and help us hit 50 and 5. 50% less damage to buried utilities in 5 years. For info, visit PA1call.org.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
With NJ Diet, you can lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. They have customers that have lost 37 pounds, 100 pounds, and over 120 pounds, and they've kept it off. You'll have more energy, and you'll probably see better lab results. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to provide you personalized natural formulas and supplements so you can lose the weight, and DNA testing will help you keep it off. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. Go to njdiet.com.
Crash Proof Retirement records all financial meetings. All promises made in recorded financial meetings become legally binding between Crash Proof Retirement and the investing client. Crash Proof Retirement provides all of their clients with a certificate of authenticity, further documenting that recording financial meetings brings fiduciary responsibility to the highest level.
Jack Gunning from Bluebell, Pennsylvania. I don't know whether anybody can offer you the security that Crash Proof Retirement does. I have this certificate that tells me they're a fiduciary. Everything is recorded and they have your best interest at heart. That certificate is 100% documentation that you know what they're saying is 100% correct. Other companies don't have this guarantee. This certificate means an awful lot for me, and it should mean an awful lot for you.
Certify your retirement future. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, September 17th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
7:49. It is Kayal and Company here on a Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get on over to YouTube to consume the visuals that go along with the cut sheet. Coming up just about 2 hours from now. Today in music history, that'll follow our voicemails. Get your voice messages in on the Odyssey app. Tap that little microphone as you listen to us live. And the best ones will make it at 9:45 this morning. But before that, it's 7:45, well, shortly after, and it's time for another edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, lease the incredibly stylish and fun to drive C40 for 36 months for less than $500 per month for qualified buyers. They always go the extra mile for their customers at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Starting off with cut 2, Phil. You guys talked about, Nick, even I think you were discussing the Philly voters, or the Philadelphia area voters, who were happy about Shapiro not being picked because they didn't want him to leave. How do Philly voters feel about the economy? Well, when the Harris Walls ticket was in Philly on Monday, Fox News went around and asked voters, Philadelphia voters, how they feel about the economy. And this is what they said. Cut 2, Phil, go.
I personally feel like the economy is sucking right now. Less pay, more expenses, bills going up, rent's going up, so it's pretty bad.
I work 3 jobs just to break even every month, and I have a master's degree from Columbia.
Wow.
The economy is pretty rough.
Everybody is concerned about the economic situation. I certainly am. I think the economy, in large part has done well.
Our current government has absolutely ruined everything. Can't afford life. I make 6 figures a year, live in the city, still can't afford life. Can't even afford to go out like we used to.
Yeah, it sucks.
Wow.
6 figures and you're broke. I love the just the blunt nature. Now, what I would follow up with every single one of them would be this question. Well, who are you voting for?
Yeah,
Are you going to vote for Harris? Are you going to say it's awful and still vote for the person that will probably continue to make it keep on, as that guy said, sucking? Although I will say this. How about this? Now, he hasn't been right in 30 years, but CNBC's Jim Cramer says You know what? If you care about your paycheck, you should go with Trump. Yeah. That made headlines yesterday. Jim Cramer of Mad Money saying, if you care about your financial bottom line, you need to vote for Donald Trump. Of course, that's probably great news to the Harris administration because now this wasn't a prediction. This was more of advice because every time Jim Cramer speaks, he's usually wrong. Honest to God, I don't know what you talk about weather, people getting it wrong.
Yeah.
That guy's been getting it wrong for 25
Oh,
years.
yeah, absolutely.
Another guy's making a killing to offer nothing.
That's the thing. That's the thing about TV. You know, like these people get these huge high-paying jobs, and they make bold predictions, and they're always wrong.
I know.
They're always wrong.
You know, it's like one
but
thing.
But they keep getting paid.
Yeah.
And people still listen to them.
It's one thing if you're just an opinion person as a host to get it wrong, because believe it or not, as a host, you're not paid to get it right. You're just paid to generate ratings. That's all that really matters in revenue. But when you're labeled like a pollster or a strategist or an analyst and you're quote under the expert umbrella and you still get it wrong, that's where I think you need to lose your job. Just my thoughts on the industry.
Not happening.
Yeah.
Do other people get it wrong?
Yeah.
A lot of people get it wrong.
Whether people are wrong, it's amazing to me.
All the time.
Like half the time.
We talked about not getting your news from Twitter, right? And I know
Which I don't.
My buddy from on Twitter in exile in Jersey sent me a screenshot of the #1 news site for the U.S. is X or Twitter. And I just said, yeah, that's why we have an ill-informed nation and we elect who we do because people get their news from Twitter.
Okay.
Case in point. This is, I don't think this is Twitter. I think this is TikTok, but it's all the same cesspool of depravity. This is a Democrat influencer who gets paid $10,000 per video to read pre-written scripts in her social media video.
Good life if you can get it.
This report was done by CBS News.
That's the significant piece of this. Who did the report?
CBS morning show.
Good for them.
This is cut 5. Phil, go.
Last month, Sunay says she was hired by Protect Our Care, a progressive advocacy group that relies on anonymous donors. She made a video warning about Trump's second-term agenda.
They almost help you script it, right?
Right, definitely. She takes their talking points and puts them into her own voice, saying she always discloses when she's being paid.
What's your rate?
So a video just for a creator in my size, an average can go from $3,000 to $10,000 depending and upwards.
There you go.
And I'm sitting at my dining room table writing a big take from scratch every day. Okay. I'm available for $25,000 a pop.
All I'm telling you is this is let me just say this again at 7:55 in the morning. This is both the left and the right. Just be careful who you're getting your news from because they could be getting paid by groups
I was
to
just gonna
say
say,
what they're saying.
Is this a dark money group?
Yes.
Okay.
But what's significant to me is that they are actually getting away with something that's so blatant. So this young lady, because maybe you're not watching on YouTube, is a very attractive young woman, maybe 25-ish.
Yeah, she's young.
And
she's young,
right? She's 25-ish, but very professional looking, very attractive, long brunette hair. She is African American, and so I think they want her because she hits so many different themes as far as a young career woman, somebody who wants reproductive rights, abortion rights, all of these different things, but she has a really nice way about her.
Interesting that to your point, I think what you initially said, interesting that CBS News would be the ones kind of showing the secret ingredients to the sauce, so to speak.
I mean, kudos to them for finding the story and getting the interview with her. I've never heard of something quite so blatant.
Agreed.
But it's no different. Honestly, it's no different than what the mainstream media does. She's handed the talking points and reads them verbatim, like the montage yesterday of Walls.
But they're making you think that it's grassroots, that this is this authentic. Endorsement of a young woman. Now she says, "I say that I get paid, but is she required?" I don't know. To me, I've never seen anything quite like this. Or maybe it has been going on, like Greg said, both sides. So the Trump campaign is you're saying is paying influencers to read scripts?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure.
Are they doing that?
I'm sure there's. I mean, I don't follow. I try not to follow any of them. Like you see the Harry Sisson type stuff, right? I'm sure there's got to be like Republican versions of Harry Sisson out there. I'm just not seeing it in my timeline. Doesn't mean they don't exist.
Well, it's okay. It
right.
It 100% exists on the right. It 100% exists on the right.
So of who?
There.
Well, play it. If you have it, then play it, Greg.
So it's just
please just play it.
It's just the left that does this. It's
I'm just
the
saying.
left. Okay.
I think
just play it. If they do it, let's play that too.
Let me find one. I think I follow one. She's from Georgia. I got to remember what her name is. Some of you that are super deep in the weeds, right, might follow her. Yeah, at Patriot_savvy VVY. She actually follows me as well. That's a good job out of her.
Does she get paid?
I think so. Yeah, her whole timeline is nonstop Trump stuff.
That's what I mean. It happens.
No, I mean,
it happens everywhere. It happens everywhere. Yeah. What world do you live in, Dawn, where you think it's just the left that is doing this?
I don't think it's just the left. I just think that this is. I'm just saying that
the left does it better.
Huh?
The left does it better.
Oh, I disagree. I disagree with you 100%. Yeah,
I think the left uses social media way better than Republicans.
Absolutely not.
Really?
The MAGA Trump people use social media the best I've ever seen.
Really?
The best
I've
ever. 100%.
Then why is
100%.
Why is Vivek begging for Republicans to start embracing TikTok and not want to ban it? I think we're and I had this conversation with Athan Koutsarumbis from Real Clear Politics. He's like, man. The Democrats utilize all the social media tools exponentially better than Republicans.
They
so
don't.
You disagree?
They're very bad at social media. They are very bad at social media.
All right.
They are.
Okay. I disagree.
But I'm just saying, if your Patriot Georgia girl is paid, let's ask her. Let's find out. She's making $10,000 per script.
Well, maybe not $10,000 per script. I don't know. I think Democrats have a lot of money to waste on that.
Well, let me just say this. It's easier to get younger people to do the Democrat talking points and pay them because they're more likely to agree with them. Does that make sense? You know what I mean?
Well,
for young women.
They're already on social media for free anyway. So now you're telling me I can be on social media and I get paid a lot of money to do it?
Absolutely.
Sign me up. By the way, when am I going to start getting compensated for my... I got to see what there's a site you can actually check to see what your social media is worth. Like you can almost liquidate your value of social media.
Oh God!
Like extracting your 401k.
So
I might need to do that.
So stupid. Everybody out there, they don't think it happens. Everybody thinks it doesn't happen on the right. Yeah, you're funny.
You're gonna have a stroke,
Greg. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying play the example.
We need to.
I just don't have it.
We need to find one.
I don't have. We have tangible evidence from this young woman's interview with CBS News. They did an investigative report. So we have tangible evidence that the Harris-Walz campaign is reaching out to influencers who seemingly feel like, in a grassroots kind of a way, they are endorsing, Kamala, but in fact they're paid. It's a paid commercial. And is that then a campaign violation or something? I don't know. But we have tangible evidence on the left. I would just like to know.
To your point, so you've got was it Harry or Henry Sisson?
Harry Sisson,
with the mop top.
Yeah.
Trying to think of other ones off the top of my head. David Hogue, the Parkland school shooting survivor.
Is he paid though to like?
I think he's paid. I think as far as being anti-gun and the whole bit. I'm sure he's compensated. I mean, he's got multiple million followers.
Just because there's people that say stuff on Twitter you don't agree with doesn't mean they're being paid to say that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But I think, when you look at the frequency of his presence on social media, I've got to imagine that's his career now.
Well, you get. See, there's different things here. Like that report exposed the fact that these dark money groups are just saying, here you go, here's $10,000, read this. Mm-hmm. Now, if you're somebody like Tony Bruno, who is now getting no, I'm serious. He's getting compensated now by Twitter for.
Well, yeah.
It's because he's getting a lot of interactions.
Yeah.
So if I'm Tony, I'm going to keep posting things that get a lot of reactions or interactions.
Yeah, the more traction he gets, he gets a monthly.
Exactly. So
cut.
It's two different things here,
Right, but I thought with campaign laws, and I'll have to look into this further, but I thought that with current campaign laws, I understand it's dark money, but if you are reading a script, if you are receiving an actual script from a campaign,
That's a violation.
then, and you're reading that and you're endorsing that and then you're being paid, this is to me a little different than, some like Diamond and Silk back in the day. Were they paid by the Trump, team or something like that? They were pretty transparent with being out there and campaigning for Trump. But this young lady, I think others looking at her and following her might say, oh, well, she's not being paid by a campaign. She's not part of the campaign.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I know exactly what you mean.
Cut 19 here, Phil. So Joe Biden has recorded an interview with Robert Costa and is going to air on CBS Mornings show or CBS Early Morning or whatever that Sunday show is, CBS Sunday Morning.
This clip will make your head explode.
Yeah, so they're like, what? He can't do it live?
Days in advance, clean it up. I mean, it's not like he has anything. I mean, honestly, what at this point who cares if it's a train wreck, right? He's got 1.5 feet out the door anyway.
Yeah. So is he confident that there will be a peaceful transfer of power if Trump is elected? This is Cut 19. Phil, go.
Are you confident that there will be a peaceful transfer of power in January 2025?
If Trump wins, no, I'm not confident at all. I mean, if Trump loses, I'm not confident at all.
Yeah.
He means what he says. We don't take him seriously. He means it. All the stuff about if we lose, there'll be a bloodbath.
Car market, sir. Car market, automobile industry, Mexico. Again, that should be flagged as disinformation. Talk about stuff out of context. But here's the thing. So if Trump wins, there will not be a peaceful transition of power. So basically, you're echoing the sentiment of Jamie Raskin. You're not going to acknowledge it. You're not going to let him in. There's going to be a civil war. And then he corrects himself. Oh, well, if Trump loses, but Trump's not in office.
Yep.
You're in office, and if Kamala wins, all we're doing is she slides into your chair, and Tim Walz slides into Kamala's chair. So how would there not be a peaceful transition? No matter which way he tried to say it, he looks like a buffoon, right? That's the way I interpret the clip. No?
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, this is.
I mean, it's such a mind F, but when you're listening to it, because he doesn't know what he's talking about. It makes me feel like I start to question my own sanity after hearing him.
By the way, everybody watching right now on YouTube, please hit the like button. Hit the like button on today's show. Every single one of you watching right now, please hit the like button on today's show. By the way, Dawn, getting a lot of support on the YouTube chat. Everybody tells me to just shut up, so I guess I'll just shut up. I just love it. Like when you don't hear something you don't agree with, like, he shouldn't talk. Okay.
So let's have a moment.
Okay, stupid.
Let's have a moment. Let's have a moment of truth. How great is it for you right now, right? Like in stalker world, right?
Yeah.
Stalker world.
You're vilified.
I am.
Every time you talk, the audience hates it. Yet the ratings keep going up and up and up. It's like a double win for you, right?
Yeah.
Like you trigger people with your honest opinion, and it doesn't hurt the product. And oh, by the way, we are now the #1 talk station in the entire company.
By the way, this too about like I'm just playing devil's advocate because there's too much radio of people.
Well,
just
Dawn and I agree on a lot of things.
Agreeing with each other. Right. It's stupid. Thank you.
So you're getting flack on that there's not a Republican out there being paid to spew stuff?
Yes.
I mean,
well, who is it?
That's the thing.
Since they exist.
All right, so
easy to find.
So if anybody,
okay, Tony Bruno is being paid
by the Trump campaign?
No, by Twitter.
By Twitter.
Right.
Oh,
he got $16 last month. He's happy.
No.
I got myself a shorty, Robin.
That's her complaint. No, I think that. No, I think that the difference is being paid by Twitter is very different than receiving a check, if that's what's happening here, from somebody who's a PAC or somebody who is a part of an arm of the DNC or
all right, so,
any political
So
campaign.
A perfect example, you said the word PAC, MAGA Inc., right? That is not tied directly to Donald J. Trump, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a PAC. I've got to imagine the MAGA Incs of the world, and I play some of their ads here that go after Kamala Harris that I think crush her on policy. I got to imagine MAGA Inc. is, now again, we got to name them, we got to find them. I don't know who they are, but I'm sure they exist out there. Who's MAGA Inc. paying to be a social media influencer? And, oh, by the way, on top of it, is anybody covering it? And again, I don't have a problem with it one way or the other. I just expect everybody to be on the take. Everybody's bought and paid for it.
Amen.
So, like, I'm
Amen, brother.
I'm totally. I understand the way the system works. And by the way, too, like I have these conversations with some family and friends, and I get a couple of the people that are like, man, just imagine what politics would. We got to get the money out of politics. I'm like, dude, that is never going to happen. So that crowd out there that exists, the small segment of society that says, you know, politics is crap because of the money and we need to get the money out of politics. That ain't never going to happen, buddy. Got news for you.
I mean, my concern is less about Democrat and Republican influencers and more about, you know, let's say the communists or whichever group want to infiltrate American society and push their narrative.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah, I want these communists and socialists gone.
Well, I don't. Look, you have, if you be you, I mean, we've had the Young Communist Party here fairly recently in a parade over the weekend. So the only thing I'm talking about is campaign laws that force transparency. And so if anybody in any my understanding was anybody in any campaign, you are supposed to divulge where these payments are going, who you're paying. And so if they're not, is that not a campaign violation?
It should be.
It should be.
Yeah, it absolutely should be.
Marcus Aurelius, I relish listening to the show and participating in the crushing of Greg Stocker's soul.
Stop.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Bring the hate on. I'm like, unlike other people, unlike other hosts, and I'm not talking about either of you. Like I am like, you know, you can say whatever you want about me. Other people get in their feelings like, oh, they don't like me. I better say something that they like so they get back on my side. I don't care. I just say what I think. Thank you.
There's a lot of media people with thin skin.
A lot of media people with thin skin.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I have to say what they like, or they're not gonna tweet nice things about me.
You know, I've never thought about that once in my life, as I've jotted down a big take or scripted out a segment, or came up with a story or a topic for a block on our show sheet. I never considered what the reaction will be to what I say. That must be a terrible way to live your life.
CNN's this is an older clip, but I just want to play it because I didn't get to play it the other day. CNN's Van Jones suggesting that PA Governor Josh Shapiro wasn't picked by VP Kamala Harris because he's Jewish. I think it's interesting coming from him. This is cut 3. Phil, go.
Do you think it was a little risky, though, Van, that she didn't go with Shapiro to kind of lock down Pennsylvania? I mean, yes, David Challing was saying earlier, just because you pick him as your running mate doesn't mean you automatically win Pennsylvania. But I got to think it would have helped just a little bit.
Hey, listen, the conservatives, the right wing, the Republicans, they were chewing their fingernails down to the knuckle because they were afraid of a Josh Shapiro. They were afraid of a Mark Kelly. They're not as afraid of this new governor because they think they can define him. So here's the challenge you've got in this party. And people don't want to talk about it. We got to talk about it. On the one hand, you have a lot of young people who are concerned about Gaza. You have a lot of Muslims and Arabs and others. They have not felt seen by the Biden administration. You start hearing that genocide joke. That was building. And so those folks needed to have a candidate that they could feel comfortable with. This helps them in that regard. But you also have anti-Semitism that has gotten marbled into this party. You can be for the Palestinians without being an anti-Jewish bigot, but there are some anti-Jewish bigots out there. And there's some disquiet now, and there has to be. How much of what just happened is caving into some of these darker parts in the party? So that's going to have to get worked out. It's going to have to get talked through.
So a couple of things there. I mentioned yesterday the story in the headline about Vance Jones saying that the Democrats have to come together for a conversation on their anti-Semitic bigotry, which is absolutely correct. On a humanitarian level, the hatred is just despicable. But from a strategy level on the left, you need to find a way, I think, to correct that. Now, that might get you Michigan, but it could cost you in other states. And the reality is this for me. I never was concerned about Mark Kelly. I was certainly concerned and scared of Josh Shapiro. But to me, that is the number one thing. I really do believe, and I've said this multiple times this week, If Josh Shapiro was of any other religion or from any other country or any other belief, whatever you want to call it, he would be the vice president today. If Josh Shapiro was black, he would be the vice president. If he was Italian, it don't matter. The fact that he's Jewish is a major piece of the puzzle.
Speaking of Mark Kelly, you just brought him up. This is Joy Reid, who does, I guess she doesn't talk on her own show anymore. She just does TikTok videos.
How would you handle her as a brand manager if she was...
Well, I wouldn't hire her because she's horrible at her job. That's the God's honest truth. She is absolutely dreadful at her job. She's dumb. She makes no interesting points. You know, like she just tells people what they want to hear.
She's not entertaining.
It's horrible.
Not likable.
She refers to Mark Kelly, Senator Mark Kelly, by the way, as a mayonnaise sandwich because he's white.
Nice.
Seems like a racist comment.
Cut 23, Phil, go.
Got to be honest and keep it real. This is not the pick that I expected that she would make. It did come down to the final three, as we understand it, and I thought she would go astronaut. Keeping it real. He, to me, would have been the safest, most conventionally safe pick. White, super white, like, mayonnaise sandwich on Wonder Bread, white.
Wow.
From a border state, he could have made a strong argument for her. Got to be honest and keep it real. This is not the pick.
There you go.
Okay, so she's being honest. She's keeping it real. She's telling you point blank, period. She's racist. She's issuing racially divisive rhetoric right there. There's no other way to frame it. But I will say this. Now, let's flip this around. If that was a white female Fox News host that said those types of comments about somebody in the African-American community, I would wager every dollar I own, and believe me, it's not many, folks. It is not many, that person would never work in media again for the rest of their career.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine if Martha McCallum said that about somebody that was black. She would have worked her last day at Fox News, and she would never be hired again.
Period. I can't, MSNBC just brings everything back to race. Every single thing is about race, and I'm just tired of it. Everything is about, we're the first black female president, the first Indian American female president. It's just like, oh my God, can we just talk about qualifications, please?
Everything is about your gender and race.
I know.
It's Kamala Harris, it's Tim Walz. Well, we've got to balance it out with an older white man. It's two men fighting for a women's championship in boxing. To your point, you said qualifications. Yes, it's not about whether America's ready for a female president. Is that female competent?
Yeah.
And I don't care if we end up with a female president, Republican or Democrat, as long as they're good.
Yep, exactly. And by the way, update on that story right now, it's two dudes, right, who are competing for...
Yes. Battle of the Adam's apples.
It's unbelievable.
Chromosome XY.
Dawn, the female boxer... who's going to win an Olympic gold medal is going to be a dude.
It's wrong.
Proud day for women's
it's
sports.
Horrible. Did you see the one who lost yesterday? I think she was holding up the X.
Yeah.
Yes.
She made an X with
Chromosome
her fingers.
XX.
She's not the first one. I think that's, as far as that goes, it's infuriating. And don't be fooled when the boxer's dad spoke out and said the passport shows that my daughter is a female and was born female. Passports, they can alter, you can change that in that country. And so that's baloney.
Well, one of the dudes failed in 2023 because he couldn't pass they didn't know if, they're like, you're not passing the gender test here.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
But let's not gloss over Joy Reid here. By the way, in that clip again,
Sorry about that.
No, that's fine. There's so much content we could go on for days about all these topics. So I just want to, and again, I'm a free speech absolutist, and I don't think she should be fired or canceled, but this is more of consequence culture. So, I mean, is anybody going to, and I'm sure the bosses at MSNBC see that and they hear it and it gets back to them and they're aware, but how is that not that needs to come down? I mean, you're calling him.
No, I agree with your saying. Well, she could make she could make the argument that she was just talking about, bland white stuff.
Well, yeah, it's just amazing that
you know what I mean.
Racism right now is alive in America.
Not that it makes it better,
and it's coming from the left. And it's not just Mark Kelly and white guys.
Yep.
It's the anti-Semitism. And why is both of those kind of deemed somewhat acceptable? I tried to boil it down months ago to just a really basic point. Is because and don't be offended if I say this about if you're Jewish. But like Jewish people, for the most part, that just live their everyday life, that don't wear a yarmulke or anything like that, they just look like a white person, right? So it's accepted and okay because you look white.
Yeah.
So it's this anti-white, anti-male, anti-Christian Catholic thing, and it's palpable in this country right now. And it's being permeated from the left.
Speaking of the whole race issue with MSNBC, which I said I'm really tired of. This is a guest on MSNBC on why he supports the Harris Walls ticket, saying because he wants to teach white people that there is joy in having your boss be a black woman.
Okay.
Cut 24, Phil, go.
The significance of this man is that he is an older white man
Walls.
In a moment in which the far right is trying to convince white people that the future is treacherous for them, trying to convince men that the future is treacherous for them. And here is an older white man, a coach, a soldier, who is very hard to dismiss as some kind of effete coastal elite, who is telling older folks and white people, you do not need to be afraid of the future. There is joy in the future. There is joy in having your boss be a black woman. There is joy in what is coming. And I think he is going to teach lots of people, in addition to whatever role he plays in an election and in the White House, he's going to teach lots of people through his role in the culture that they're going to be okay and that there's joy on the far side of realizing a multiracial democracy in this country.
That's a bunch of hogwash. And I will say, and I think all of us here have had multiple bosses in our life. I just jotted down 5 things. Here's what I look for in a boss.
Yeah.
Take notes, Tucker. Okay. Opportunity.
Because I care. No, I'm sorry.
Opportunity.
Yep.
Competency. Honesty, transparency, and willing to go to bat for me. Yeah. I don't care if my boss is gay or straight, male, female, white, black. Does that boss give me an opportunity to get to where I want to be? Is that boss competent, a.k.a. is he not in over his head where I feel like I know more than that person does? Are they honest and transparent? And if I ever mess up, will that person have my back and go to bat for me? That's what I think most Americans look for in a boss. Not who they sleep with or whether they have a vagina or a penis.
Oh, boy.
I mean, seriously, who thinks like this? There's nobody that thinks like that.
Crazy people.
I don't even know the crazy. I think that's written by somebody. That there's no way that's the way people think. If you think like that, you're either the smartest cookie on the planet or you really need help. Dawn, what do you look for in a boss?
Greg didn't grab you and make sure that you had what your part was when you got hired?
He did. He grabbed me right by the you-know-what.
Listen, you're saying this at 8:20 in the morning on a very highly rated show where a lot of people are listening. People are going to think you're serious. Oh, boy.
We need to laugh.
I think we just want to be treated well by our bosses, not what they are,
Agreed.
or who they like, or what they look like.
Agreed.
God almighty, it never ends.
To say that, first of all, the funny thing about this individual is that this individual who's saying this doesn't even seem to realize that Kamala Harris and her new running mate, who she's chosen, who's 71+% of Americans have no clue who this is, that somehow this is an old white man. They're the same age, by the way.
That's what
they're the same age.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. They're like an older white man. Like, aren't they 60? They're both 60.
They're both 60.
He just looks 80.
Like she's turning 60 in October. He just turned 60, so they're both 60. So there's not like this idea of this quote unquote old white man is a weird. That's a weird comment.
Yeah.
But he's trying. I think they're just trying to say, "Hey, America, this is your new boss."
Same as the old boss.
Right?
Yeah.
This is your new boss.
Yeah.
A black woman boss.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. Now, I don't have hair, but God forbid if I look like him at 60. I mean, seriously.
Well, you won't because you're not going to have the white hair.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And based on my genetics with heart issues with my
dead.
dad, I'll be dead.
Yeah.
But if I do make it to 60, and yes, my liver is a high output vodka filtration system, I guarantee you I will not look like that cat.
No.
And by the way, that MSNBC guy waxing on about being happy to be a subordinate to a black female. When's the last time you think he had any fun in his life?
None. Never.
Well, that's just it. You nailed it, and that's why Trump and Republicans get the male vote, because this whole what is
so
it? What is it?
beta.
The toxic masculinity. I hate it.
Yeah.
And so this whole idea of this is your new boss, America, the boss woman, the black boss, white man, work for her, whatever. It's like, what?
Right.
And so then on the other side, you have Trump saying, I just want to fix things. I want to fix the economy and make it better for every single ethnic group. I think the more they go down this road, what they really erode is that union vote.
Yeah. Kamala Harris was in Detroit. The Harris Walls ticket last night was in Detroit, Michigan last night. 2 stops yesterday.
Speaking of union vote.
In Wisconsin, and then they were at some airport hangar in Detroit. And she speaks in Wisconsin. She has one way of speaking. Then she gets to Detroit, and she has another way of speaking. Changing of her vernacular.
Now, look, Trump campaign, don't talk about it. It's only going to work against you.
Coney, this is 25, Phil. Changing her speech again once she landed in Detroit. Just listen to the affect. Cut 25, Phil. Go.
Hold on. You know what? Here, hold on. Here's the thing. The courts are going to handle that. We're going to beat them in November.
Now, if you look at the transcript, the courts are going to handle that.
DAT.
We gon' beat him in November. We gon' beat him in November.
Right. So we have Eau Claire Kamala, and then we have Kamala in the D. We have Atlanta Kamala, and then we have Middle America Kamala.
Oh, that is so good. That is so good.
We have Joe Biden one day in a Jewish synagogue. The next day, a Greek Orthodox church. One day he's in Wilmington. The next day he's with Corn Pop. Because Corn Pop's a bad dude.
Corn Pop is a bad dude.
You can say what you want about Republicans. That's fine, okay?
Yeah.
I don't carry anybody's water.
Nope.
But at least Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, they are who they are, and they wear it on their sleeve, right? Kamala Harris is got to be the most and it's not just her. Shapiro picked up the Obama demeanor. Biden is another chameleon. They are just all they do is pander to whatever the audience is.
Agreed.
I mean, she could be there in front of a group of 9 people with one leg, and she would have a prop where she looked like she got decapitated from her knee down.
Agreed.
They are just so inauthentic, and it's honestly it's insulting to them. If you buy that crap, I don't know how you do.
Look at the latest headline. Kamala Harris takes a 5-point lead in a head-to-head matchup with Donald Trump. This is Marquette University survey finds when third-party candidates, including RFK Jr. and Cornel West, are added, Harris has an 8-point advantage.
Dawn, don't you dare share those types of polls with this audience. We only show polls where the red leads the blue.
I'm mentioning this because national polls never matter.
They never
it's
know.
state by state.
Absolutely, they
So,
do. But
that's
does,
a headline.
It does show you where the momentum is working if you believe the stuff for now. Yeah, exactly. All of this is just a snapshot in time.
Mm-hmm.
It's just because the media is gushing over her.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And that's the big tell. Look at the media.
I will say this. There is something to be said about her getting into, however she got into the race. Her getting into the race as late as she did, because, she has not been on the national scene long enough for people to grow tired of this. You know what I mean? When you announced 2 years ago, like Trump did, and you're campaigning, and it is just, it's exhausting. I think people were exhausted by the Trump-Biden stuff. They were exhausted by it. And she's coming in, even though she was vice president, as somebody who looks like a quote-unquote breath of fresh air. Don't underestimate that. I'm telling you, the fact that she only has 3-4 whatever months to do this might work in her favor.
Yeah, and that's why I think Trump absolutely has to crush it in the debate, which I believe he will. But you are going to have very, very limited opportunities to expose her in a live setting, and that goes for Trump and also for the media. So we know she won't do Fox, she won't do Newsmax, but the limited national interviews she does, even on the CBSs, the ABCs, the NBCs, the CNNs, whatever that might look like at whatever time on whatever show with whatever host, and we know they're going to prop her up. But in the limited opportunities where a Jake Tapper will have, because I do believe, like, Jake Tapper's going to ask her, well, you were labeled as, somebody that was responsible. He won't use Borders are, but he'll say, one of the first things on your plate early in 21 and 22 was the border. And there's 15 million illegals. How do you explain that? How do you plan to fix that? That'll probably be a very soft way of, putting her on the spot. And these are the moments where she'll have to falter if you want Trump to win.
Agreed.
Or if you're rooting for her to win, she'll have to come up with something and knock it out of the park.
Agreed. We have a lot more because I still want to get into Tim Walz's military service because I have a bunch of clips on
Stolen
that.
Valor.
So can we do that on the other side because we have to pay some bills really fast. But we'll get into all this Stolen Valor stuff on the other side. Plus, I have clips of Kamala in Wisconsin where she speaks completely differently. So. You want to do that on the other side, Nick?
Yeah, I'd love to actually, and if we could, if we can do a compare and contrast of Detroit and Wisconsin back to back, side by side to illustrate the points.
So much more of the cut sheet still to come.
All right, we're back after this here on Kayal and Company.
But summer is still here. This weekend, beautiful weather will be back. No time like the present to get back out on the roads. And my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're going to help you find that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles from brands such as Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, and so much more. Just visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. You can stop by one of their many Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers across our region. PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them to.
Sorry about that. The best place to get to bet the games this summer is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams on all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton, to soccer, to swimming, all of it right there. You want to bet on two dudes beating each other up for the women's boxing thing? It's all there. FanDuel has it all. I'm sure they love this copy. Don't miss your chance to score $150. But because of that, because I'm putting my neck out on the line for this, all you have to do, sign up right now. FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg. Sign up right now. Show them the power of this radio station. Don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official partner of 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, present in PA. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
We have a man who's a warrior,
a great military person. Dave McCormick is a seventh-generation Pennsylvanian who grew up in Bloomsburg, went to West Point, and earned a Bronze Star for his service in the First Gulf War. Dave went on to an outstanding career in business, and now he's fighting for the people of this Commonwealth, and he loves this Commonwealth.
Conservative Dave McCormick.
We need new leadership. We need a new president in the White House that's going to get our country back on track. We need a new majority in the Senate that's going to be able to take our country in the right direction.
Dave will vote to secure your borders, stand up to China, unleash incredible amounts of Pennsylvania energy, and he wants to stop Bidenflation. David McCormick, you have my total support and my total endorsement, and you got to win. Dave McCormick.
I'm Dave McCormick, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick. www.davemccormickpa.com.
La 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 la. La, 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 la.
Oops. Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La, 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Why you wanna tell me how to live my life? Who are you to tell me if it's black or white? Mama, can you hear me try to understand? Is innocence the difference between a boy and a man? My daddy lived a life, it's just the price that he paid. Sacrificing life, just slaving away. Oh, if there's one thing I hang on to that gets me through the night.
Kayal and Company getting you through Morning Drive here on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. Live your life. Just stay the hell out of my way. That's all I care about. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, as we continue, get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube. We hope that you have a nice day. A rainy, wet one, but don't worry, the sun and the nice weather will re-emerge. Just like the cut sheet as we continue here with part 2 an hour earlier than usual.
It just keeps going.
It just keeps going and going. It's like the Energizer Bunny.
Let's stick with Kamala. We'll get to the Tim Walz stuff in just a second here, so stay tuned. Harris in Detroit last night confronted a heckler because there was some protests happening with the Gaza stuff. Because Detroit, Michigan itself is like ground zero for this type of stuff.
It's the American Hamas headquarters.
She scolded them. This is cut 21. Phil, go.
I'm here because we believe in democracy. Everyone's voice matters, but I am speaking now.
Uh-oh.
I am speaking now.
Uh-oh.
So Project 2025. Look, if he is elected, Donald Trump intends to give tax breaks to billionaires and big corporations. He intends to cut Social Security and Medicare. He intends to surrender our fight against the climate crisis, and he intends to end the Affordable Care Act. You know what? If you want Donald Trump to win, then say that, otherwise I'm speaking.
By the way, I'm just curious, where's this Kamala been for the last 4 years? You know what I mean? Like, it's interesting to me that, you know, we've always said that she can turn it on when she wants to, and it's, I don't know, I don't, maybe I'm wrong. I just...
She's got multiple shades, like in every category,
There's
right?
not
Like,
a lot of giggling here.
She can change her voice and accent. She really is the ultimate A or B, left or right. Like, you know, she's got, like, I don't know if she's got split personality. What the hell's going on with her? She is really a weird mess. But
No, she's reading a teleprompter.
But you notice
somebody
she got a
else
little
is
thrown
writing
off
that.
there. See, I think see what's going to happen today with that is they're going to say, look at the conviction. And okay, yeah, I mean, you're telling a heckler to shut up. I don't think that takes conviction. It's just like, hey, this is your opportunity. You know, you want people to be quiet. But I don't know. I just feel like when I saw that clip last night, this is where I think maybe she can become easily agitated. If I'm the Trump debate team, I'm taking notes of, hey, if there's no muted microphones, Trump needs to do what he did to Hillary 8 years ago. Just keep hacking away at her on that stage.
Trump needs to just focus on the issues.
Yeah, agreed.
Well,
just
yeah.
talk about
Yes.
how you're going to fix
Anything
the
else
economy,
is bad.
how you're going to bring forth the jobs, how you're going to bring back jobs. Talk about the economy, hit that hard.
Well, and I'm not saying he needs to interrupt her with, you know, derogatory comments, but when she's talking about, like, for example, Social Security, that's where he just interrupts her and says, excuse me, I'm not going to tax Social Security. Like, you interrupt her and hit them with the policies. Because, again, here she goes again on Project 2025. How many times does Trump have to say publicly and on social media that he's got no affiliation with Project 2025? It's the same. It's just like Joe in that CBS interview that's going to air Sunday morning. He said it's going to be a bloodbath. That's a lie. He was talking about the automobile industry, not blood in the streets.
Kamala in Eau Claire, Wisconsin yesterday, talking about the economy.
By the way, I spent 5 minutes trying to figure out how to pronounce that. Eau Claire.
Eau Claire?
Yeah.
Really?
I saw it. It's like EAU. I'm like, how the hell do you say this town?
You've never heard of Eau Claire, Wisconsin?
I've heard of Madison. I've heard of Milwaukee. I've heard of Green Bay. I've never heard of Eau Claire. Dawn, you lived there?
I did.
What's that like?
Just for a little bit. It's beautiful.
That sounds horrible.
No, it's Wisconsin's
I mean, I've
beautiful.
had an Eclair, but I've never been to Eau Claire.
She's talking about the economy, and she says that when she's president on day one, the priority will be to fight to bring down prices. Hasn't she been?
Right.
Hasn't she been? You know, like.
So how are you going to do? How are you going to do that,
wait,
Toots?
Let me play this real fast because this clip, I think, exemplifies what she is doing, what her campaign strategy is. Cut 15, go.
Because while our economy is doing well by many measures, prices for everyday things like groceries are still too high. You know it and I know it. You know, when I was Attorney General, I went after price-fixing schemes. And when I am president, it will be a day one priority to fight to bring down prices. I will take on big corporations that engage in illegal price gouging. I will take on corporate landlords that unfairly raise rents on working families. I will take on big pharma and cap the cost of prescription drugs for all Americans.
She's acting like she hasn't been here for 4 years.
That's what I was exactly going to say. You've had almost 4 years, you and Joe, and you've done nothing to fix it.
But she's rewriting the narrative like she had nothing to do with that. And it's like, yeah, prices suck. On day one, I'm going to bring them down. What the hell have you been doing for the last 4 years?
Mm-hmm. Exactly right.
And it is the Biden-Harris, let us not forget, Treasury Department that, by the way, is under investigation and Republicans in Congress are investigating, just basically trying to fluff up the economy ahead of the election. That's what they're accused in the way that that's what they're accused of in the way that they finance government spending right now. And so that's bloating Bidenomics. That's so it's so disingenuous. It's such a lie when she stands up there and accuses companies that are trying to stay afloat and keep the jobs and says, oh, they're inflating prices or they're making a box of something with an amount of less. No, they're trying to stay afloat amid your horrifying policies that are crushing everybody.
Yep, exactly right.
Economically.
Cut 4 here, Phil. So let's get into the Tim Walz military record. CNN, of all places, fact-checked Tim Walz for lying about carrying weapons in war. So I guess a couple years ago he said, well, I've carried weapons in war or something like that.
Weapons of war. In war.
But he I think the issue is he specified carrying weapons of war in war, right? That's where the lie comes in.
Mm-hmm.
Cut 4, Phil, go.
Waltz did make a comment speaking to a group. He's done it a couple of times where he has used language that has suggested that he carried weapons in a fighting situation. As you know, with your contact with the military, I know from coming from a military family, there is a difference between being in a combat area, being involved at a time of war, and actually being in a position where people are shooting at you. There is no evidence that at any time Governor Waltz was in a position of being shot at, and some of his language could easily be seen to suggest that he was. So that is absolutely false when he said that about gun rights out there.
Donald Trump has faced more bullets than Tim Walz. Okay? So here's the way you brand it. You don't need to get into the weeds and the nuance of certain words and how they were conceived or portrayed. 2 words, fraud and quitter. He's fraudulently embellished his military career, just like Joe in his football days at Delaware, and he quit. He quit when all of a sudden it went from being here and then going active duty to deployment. All of a sudden it's the ambition goes from fighting for your country to entering the political arena. That's all you have to say. Guy's a total fraud, a total quitter. You can use all these other big words. When CNN is basically shredding you,
well,
it's indefensible.
It's an embarrassing lie.
It
and when
is.
you look at every movie and there's that iconic figure who's the brave patriot who's leading the way, it's that specific job that Tim Walz takes that title but never actually followed through on his title, and then lets people assume that he became the combat veteran, pulls out at the last minute, forcing others and his entire group to go. And that the detail of this is what is embarrassing and infuriating. And he cannot avoid it.
Totally agree. And this, I mean, Dom, our very own Dom Giordano just posted a poll asking whether or not Tim Walz makes it to the convention in light of this controversy and scandal. I think he will, because Democrats will just ignore it. I mean, the mainstream media will cover it, and everybody will have their head in the sand. Jimmy Fallon, by the way, great tweet, maybe the tweet of the day yesterday. He says, Tim Walz catching hell on X today. This is no way to treat a guy who stormed the beaches in Normandy.
NBC reports that the Harris campaign is not engaging directly on whether or not Tim Walz falsified his military record. This is cut 6, Phil, go.
Yamiche, let me turn to you to that point. Was the Harris campaign ready for this? We know that Governor Walz faced similar attacks back in 2022. He was ready for it then. I have to assume he was ready today.
I get the sense that the Harris campaign is ready for these attacks, but I have to tell you, Kristen, they're not engaging directly on whether or not he was falsifying his record, his military record. They are, of course, as you said, pointing out that he does have a history of service, both in the National Guard, but also as a teacher, as someone who was a governor, as someone who was a congressional member. So they're sort of leaning in on the fact that he's someone who wants to serve America. And yesterday, when he was in Philadelphia, he was also making that point, saying that they want this to be a people-powered campaign and a people-centered administration if they are elected to the White House. But it's very interesting to see them say, yes, he does have a sort of a long history in the military, and joined at 17, has trained people who did go into combat zones, is what one source told me, but also is not engaging directly on whether or not he falsified here.
They leaned in on it. Dawn, you said earlier that maybe they didn't vet this guy properly. It looks like that's pretty obvious, right?
There's a source that says that her campaign staff brought this up to her, and she kind of brushed it off.
Yeah.
I mean, he survived it in Minnesota.
I mean, she's brushed off everything for 3.5 years, so she probably looks at this. We'll move. This will be out of the news cycle in 6 days.
I hate to tell you guys, but this is not 2004. John Kerry and the Swift,
Swift boat.
Like it's different. I'm not saying the situation is different. I'm saying the times are different. I just don't think. I think that the military service stuff just doesn't play like it did 20 years ago.
I think that's
I
fair.
disagree, Greg,
Okay.
because the details and these specifics matter.
Yeah.
And so in Minnesota, I think the truth is,
But they elected him. And this was out. This was out, and this was litigated in Minnesota, and they elected him.
But does it matter to the young voter and the independent out there?
yes, and you had on a national stage, you had individuals out there saying he's a combat veteran. They were saying it, and that's what the reaction is to, because now you have on a national stage somebody who wants to be one heartbeat away from being the president and the command. He'd be the backup guy, right, as the commander in chief, and lying it's pretty obvious that to do what he has done, and they have the video, and I don't think there's really a question. It's embarrassing to the Harris Walz ticket, and this is less than 24 within less than 24 hours. This thing unraveled. I don't think that they expected this to be this big.
It is embarrassing, but there are people out there, and this is how I'm going to make the case that I don't think it will ultimately impact Harris's electability and her bottom line November 5th. There are people out there that if I say, hey, Donald Trump's going to make your life better financially and it was better before, are you still going to vote for Harris? Are you willing to pay all these exorbitant prices and still vote for Kamala Harris? And they're going to say yes, right? Because they hate Trump. So do you really think the lying or the embellishment or the fraudulent nature of Tim Walz's military career is going to back them off of that stance? Are they going to not vote for Kamala Harris because Tim Walz is a military fraud?
But we
I just
started
don't
out.
see that.
We started out this morning, and Greg Stocker was all excited about the big line. Little Eau Claire was like a country one-lane road.
I was excited.
Look at the line for a mile and a half.
I was excited about it. Was I
you're
excited
kind of
about
excited
it?
about it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that we've talked about momentum.
Yep.
And that, look at the excitement. Everybody's excited about Harris Walz, and this really clobbers it. Because they now have to back up and explain, and they are running from the media and their own press pool that's traveling with them. And you hear people going, Jay, you're being accused of stolen valor, and it's a bad look as they evade the media and even their own biased press pool.
It's interesting, too. So they've leaned into, using that NBC correspondent's words, the military thing. Kamala has leaned into the economy. Really hasn't said how she's going to fix it, but she realizes that bread and milk cost more. Astute observation by her. You notice how they haven't leaned into the border? Has she even mentioned immigration in 15 days?
No, but I just one final point. Just remember that they all said, I can't wait. Walz is going to, clean up J.D. Vance, clean him up during a Veep debate.
Yeah.
And so when Smarty Pants, Mr., military liar and stolen valor, when he comes out on a Veep debate stage and says, you're just an ordinary, American J.D. Vance. Yeah, you went to an Ivy League school and you did so-and-so, and you're a multimillionaire. And you know what J.D. Vance is going to say? Yeah, I got to that Ivy League school after I served my country as a U.S. Marine when I signed up after a terror attack. And the place is going to go wild.
Instead of having two men compete for the gold medal in Olympics female boxing, I want to just let's have the two combatants, the two military guys, Walz and Vance, 3 rounds. Be like a celebrity death match.
Do you guys think that the way Tim Walz handled the George Floyd protests is going to come back and bite him?
It should. What I think and what dumb Americans react to are two different things.
And I know that you're going to play the Trump audio when Trump was president, and that's what all the liberals and their talking points are.
Did you read the cut sheet, Dawn?
No, here's what matters. What matters is failure of leadership. And so when you think
so
about
you don't
Walz,
think what's going to be played here is not going to be used in an attack ad?
It will be.
Okay.
It will be, but it also matters that with Walz, you look at the failure of leadership. failure of leadership and, abandon his own fellow soldiers.
No, he left his mayor out to dry.
Failure of leadership was MIA. He's MIA is what he is. He's constantly MIA as a governor, as somebody who's a fellow soldier. He's an MIA. That's who he is to me.
He's an AWOL Waltz.
And the fact that the level of corruption is in his state is like the worst in the nation with regard to all of the COVID
fraud,
all the fraud.
Yeah.
Cut 14, Phil. This is from ABC News. This is from June of 2020. 14, go.
I know Governor Walz is on the phone, and we spoke, and I fully agree with the way he handled it the last couple of days. I asked him to do that. Get a lot of men. We have all the men and women that you need, but people aren't calling them up. You have to dominate. If you don't dominate, you're wasting your time. I spoke to the governor. The governor is, I think, on the call, and he's an excellent guy. And all of a sudden, and I said, you got to use the National Guard in big numbers. They didn't at first, then they did. And I'll tell you that, I don't know what it was. It was, Governor, it was the third night, fourth night. Those guys walked through that stuff like it was butter. They walked right through, and you haven't had any problems since. I mean, they know they're not going to go there. Now they'll go to some other place. But once you called out and you dominated, you took the worst place and you made it. They didn't even cover it last night because there was so little action. Because you dominated. You dominated.
Yeah, so what Trump said was,
well, what's
hey,
the attack
he
at?
listened to me. Hey, that's what, look at the headlines, ABC News, AP, Trump praised him. He praised him because he listened to Trump's recommendation to get the thing under control.
See, I interpret that completely differently.
You do?
I mean, he said, it sounds to me from what I hear from Trump there is that Walz waited until the third night.
Yes. And finally listen to Trump.
Right. I was of the belief that Walz waited one day based on that WCCO report where he basically told everybody to stand down when the mayor, a Democrat, Fry, was begging for help. And then, according to Trump, it's the third day. Now, whether it's the first day or the third day, maybe it matters, maybe it doesn't. But the fact that this guy waited so long, and what's forever kind of ingrained in my mind is the First Lady of Minnesota. She left her window open at night so she could smell the burning. Like, okay.
That's just creepy.
Yeah, I keep my windows up on the Schuylkill. This lady wants to smell tires on fire. I don't know that I see that as an attack against Trump. I'm in agreement with Dawn there. But then I don't know is that what you were saying, that this was going to be a Democrat attack against Trump?
Well, yeah, because you're going to take him saying the governor's a great guy.
Oh, well, yeah, sure. If you take just that clip and you take it out of context, but I think if you play it in its duration like you did, I don't think that can work against Trump.
Yeah, so he listened to the recommendation from Trump after his inaction and his failure of knowing what to do.
Mm-hmm.
Trump calls him and says, here's what you ought to do. He listens to him. He listens to Trump and gets a result.
Mm-hmm.
That's Greg's shaking his head at me.
No, I'm just
that's
listening
what happened.
I'm just listening to you yell. It's good.
Isn't that what happened?
Good.
Well, and here's the other thing too.
I like the passion.
Am I yelling?
I knew playing this was going to trigger you. Why do you think I brought it up? My God.
Trump calls Walz a good guy. That's interesting.
For listening to him.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Donahue says, do we want Trump to be presidential or don't we? Meaning, in situations like this,
based on that clip, I think, and look, I've said plenty of times when I think Trump's out of line or he's using stupid words or whatever, but sound fine to me.
Well, that's just it. In a crisis, and this was a crisis, you have a Republican president calling up one of the most progressive, liberal governors in the nation and saying, hey, how do we fix this?
Yeah, but
that's Trump.
What I'm saying is that their rebuttal to any attack ad that's going to show Minnesota burning is going to be that clip.
Could be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Especially in a 30-second ad. I mean, we've seen, heck, I fell for the Fetterman thing. I thought Fetterman's predicting Trump, and he was not predicting it until I heard the thing in its full context. So, yeah, it is interesting. And to say, I will say this, look, Trump can flip in a heartbeat. I mean, Trump can go from calling you a good guy to calling you a coward in about 8 seconds. So, that's obviously a thing that's in play as well. I mean, you've heard Trump when it comes to Gavin Newsom. Trump has said he's very friendly with Gavin Newsom. Make Gavin Newsom the Democrat nominee, and watch how quickly Trump will barbecue him too. So it's all charade. It's all politics.
But to your point, this is Trump who calls people up and says, let's work together and let's solve the problems, and cuts through the politics of the situation. Because why? Because Trump cared about the people of Minneapolis and across Minnesota and across the country.
Yeah, well, and also, too, it's June of 2020. I mean, let's face it, he's 4 months out from a re-election effort. He doesn't want to see any of this going on. When you're in your final 6 months of a term, I mean, you want everything to just be on autopilot. Unlike right now, where, again, 4 years later, the world's burning, but we don't have COVID and we don't have George Floyd riots. We just have a bunch of other nonsense, Palestinian stuff. All right. I'm shot. Are we? We're way past the break.
Way past over. We have a break.
I was waiting for you to tell me to break. I thought
No,
maybe
break
there was more
now.
clips. All
Break
right.
now.
Break now. Get out. Abort. We got to get out of here like Tim Walz before deployment. All right. Kayal and Company, final hour on the way. We're going to get to a Dawn Stenzel in Big 3, and also our Politics and Pints tickets coming up at 9:20 this morning. If you know movies, you might be going to see Donald Trump Jr. Back after this, Talk Radio 1210.
What if I told you your home movies are already past their prime? It's true. The magnetic tape used in VHS and camcorder tapes only lasts between 10 to 20 years, which means your baby's first steps, weddings, and family vacations are fading away as we speak. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box stops this fading process in its tracks. And by preserving your recordings, they're safe forever. Legacy Box is simply the best way to preserve your past, which is why they've been trusted by over 1 million families. Your memories are meant to be shared, not chewed up by the VCR or worn away with time. For a limited time, you can convert your tapes to digital for just $9 a tape. There's never been a better time to convert your entire collection. That includes film reels and photos too. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to unlock our $9 offer. Legacybox.com/value.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
What happens when Washington liberals spend trillions of dollars? Just look around. Prices are way up. They pushed a bunch of reckless spending, and Senator Bob Casey voted for it. Now we're paying higher gas prices, higher grocery prices, and higher utility bills. Casey helped create this mess by voting with President Biden 98% of the time, including voting for trillions in wasteful spending. Instead of listening to the warnings, Senator Casey sided with the liberals, causing this inflation disaster. Casey voted to let illegals take your tax dollars. He voted to let illegals collect $500 million in COVID relief checks. It's more for illegals and less for us. Come on, Senator Casey. That's just not right. Call Senator Casey at 202-224-6324. Tell him to put Pennsylvania families first and fix his inflation disaster. Support S575, the Fight Inflation Through Balanced Budgets Act. Paid for by One Nation, onenationamerica.org.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement, confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James B. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Mr. Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra.
Joel Embiid is excited. The process marches on.
Oh, George, welcome to Philadelphia.
Morris, hallelujah.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
The Sixers will prevail.
Oh, baby! joeconklin.com.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealestate.com. This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. Did you know we are having a full one-day event on August 17th? It's called the Money Hacks event. You want to come to this event and you will learn how to become your own bank, how to invest in real estate without any money. You will learn the stock market, and you will learn how to build credit for cash flowing assets, and so much more. It's a full day packed with information. Use the code 1210, that's 1210, to get a 50% discount on the ticket. Go to 4mmw.com, that's 4mmw.com, and register today.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me, 40 days up to 40 pounds. Visit njdiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It's Kayal and Company. 9:05 on this Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. Politics and Pints tickets in 15 minutes to see Donald Trump Jr., Dom Giordano coming up in Collingswood, New Jersey on September 12th.
Scottish Rite Auditorium.
Scottish Rite Auditorium.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
It's a great venue, by the
It
way.
is.
If you've never been there. Yeah.
I will experience it for the first time.
Yeah, and there's a bar, so there's that too.
There was, when we were there with Gutfeld, there was
Yeah.
in a bar. Was there?
Yeah, we were in a different. I don't
part of it?
Yeah, I don't know if that was. Was that the
remember a
Scottish
bar.
Rite? That wasn't the Scottish Rite Auditorium. I don't think.
It wasn't?
No. I think the last time we were there was Chris Christie.
Oh, jeez.
Sloppy Chris Christie.
Had to make me remember that.
Yeah, well, you know.
Been a while since I hit that button.
The wind blows, and our opinions change on people.
There you go. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by American Heritage.
One day we
Credit
love them, the
Union.
next we don't. Just ask Mitt Romney and
We're gonna have to rack this show and just replay it.
George
for
W. Bush.
the next 10 days. What a doozy today.
And the
is,
Cheneys.
Anybody else want to troll each other? See what JD Vance started on that tarmac.
I love it.
9 o'clock hour brought to you by American Heritage Credit Union. If you're buying a home with My CU Home Credit Connection program through American Heritage Credit Union, you can unlock exclusive cash rewards, benefits, and discounts. Learn more at americanheritagecu.org/home connection. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838. All right, a couple of very interesting data points I want to give you. Nate Silver of the 538 and the betting market in lockstep in all 7 swing states. We'll tell you what that means in just a moment. And then also why you might want to forget about women. You might want to forget about the Jewish vote, the black vote. Maybe everybody should be honing in on the Hispanic vote. Very interesting population numbers that just came out, and we'll give you those as well. But before all of that, let's get to some of the news. 9:07. Time for a Dawn Stensland Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal & Company.
Sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind. This announcement this morning, former President Donald J. Trump has announced he's going to hold a news conference. He will be at Mar-a-Lago in Florida, beachside compound there, and this is scheduled for 2 o'clock today, 2 o'clock Eastern, his first public appearance and comments since Vice President Kamala Harris became, I guess, the official presidential nominee, and then as well selected Minnesota Governor Tim Walz.
Interesting. Will he drop a gem today to keep maybe the momentum shifting away? If J.D. Vance stole a little bit of it yesterday, does he drop a policy gem today? No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security. What will he say? Interesting.
So will he talk about maybe, because he was looking at his True Social, he's talked about the fact that he's eager for a debate, number one. But number two, will he be reacting to exactly what we were just talking about? That tape that was released on, a phone conversation that he had with Tim Walz after Walz was accused by the Minneapolis mayor of inaction and being MIA for days as cities in Minnesota burned down.
Do you think he has to kind of balance 2 different juggling acts, so to speak? We've been told, don't attack Kamala on identity, DEI, race, this, that, and the other thing. But then when it comes to Tim Walz, is it all gloves off? Can he does he approach him differently than he has to approach her? Just food for thought.
I think that's a great question. How we perhaps, Nick Kayal, will find out. 2 o'clock this afternoon. Lucky thing we're live and local. So if it goes and Dom decides to take it, then he shall. Let's talk about what's going on in the world in Philadelphia. I have to put number 2 if you're heading out. Just a heads up as far as the downpours today, heavy downpours today, and the potential for severe storms, including tomorrow. So there are some updates in the forecast. So today, downpours, we've seen a ton of accidents across the entire region, and this as the remnants of the hurricane that struck, obviously, Florida, hitting hard with 8 inches of downpours coming down on the Carolinas, first responders from our region. But here for our region specifically, we are being inundated and the roadways inundated with a lot of different accidents.
Yeah, be careful out there.
Yeah.
Don't try driving through it, even if you have a truck.
So high of 77 degrees, unseasonably cool for this time of year in August. Tomorrow, remnants of Debbie lifting north along the Appalachians, and then the heaviest rainfall occurring west of our region, but still having downpours to deal with for us. So tomorrow morning, the morning commute, it looks like, is mainly dry. That's what the latest they're calling from. But then this band of powerful storms moving through our region, and that's for your Friday afternoon and into Friday evening. So will they move through slowly? Will they move through quickly? I just wanted to give that adjustment because that's different from what they were actually saying at 4 or 5 o'clock this morning.
It's always changing, right?
It is, sir.
It really is.
But no doubt we will have a beautiful, that they're saying beautiful weekend, mid-80s, sunny skies. And so we have a beautiful weekend ahead in our region, not necessarily other parts of the East Coast. I know it's still the weekend is not out of the water for Saturday like in New York and other areas, but for us it is. Number 3, I have to go with the Taylor Swift effect because Swifties learning more about this and social media is consumed right now with word of Taylor Swift in the crosshairs, if you will, of terrorist attackers. These two radicalized teenagers, a 17-year-old, a 19-year-old, and they were able to thwart this ISIS plot, a terrorist plot against Taylor Swift, obviously an American, Pennsylvania native icon. But what impact does this have moving forward on the Swifties? Maybe some of them didn't know about the Middle East, the terrorism, the terror threats, that sort of thing. How does this impact that part of an audience? But many of them, because of the cancellation of at least this concert that was supposed to begin tonight in Vienna and go for 3 days, affecting, obviously hundreds of thousands of people. So what impact does it have, the Taylor Swift?
The Swifties have about as much knowledge of the Middle East as Kamala does the southern border. And I'm reading some of these details in the New York Post. These two punks were going to drive a bomb-riddled car into the crowd of the concert to kill as many people as they could. And according to the report from the New York Post, that 19 and 17-year-old men, those two guys, they were just hired by the venue to work security. So they were going in there trying, hey, yeah, we're looking for a security job for the summer. And what they were going to do is once they got in and they got the clearance and the ability and the accessibility, they were going to set off a vehicle bomb. By the way, put them in a burlap bag and beat them to death. But make them listen to the Taylor Swift album before they do that. Or while they're doing it, actually. That would be a real punishment.
So these are teenagers, and so we're seeing this around the world. These radicalized teenagers, radicalized online.
Has Cori Bush weighed in on this?
Oh boy, did you hear her? She went off the other day.
Yeah,
cray.
Yeah. Has Jamal Bowman commented on this? I'm just wondering about the pro-Hamas American officials that we elect. Have they weighed in on Taylor Swift? Because in identity politics, they got to be very careful here. They're pro-Hamas, but they are very pro-Swifty. Who will they want to offend more?
So a 17-year-old Austrian with Turkish and Croatian roots. And so then the 19-year-old Austrian with North Macedonian roots, radicalized and by ISIS, the Islamic State, wanted to kill the infidels. And so apparently Taylor Swift is an infidel.
Wow. Well, maybe Taylor Swift, in light of this scary reality, will now vote for somebody that wants to seal the border.
I was just going to say that.
I mean, there's 99 terrorists in the country, according to the latest reports, with ISIS ties.
How many fans of hers are out there on college campuses? You know what I mean?
Yep.
And so, does Donald J. Trump come out at 2:00 and say, you know what? Under my presidency, Taylor Swift is safe in the world. I will protect those artists who are some of your favorite artists, whether or not they vote for me. I just want to make sure that they can freely perform and do business in the world and entertain the world with their great music.
There you go.
I will give you, Don Stensland, I will give you $100 if Donald Trump mentions anything about Taylor Swift.
I will give you an extra week of vacation in 2025 if he does.
She can take as much vacation as she wants to. I don't care about that. I will give you $100 if Donald Trump mentions anything about Taylor Swift.
I wish that he would. I wish that President Trump would say that we have to understand that, no matter what this is not about who you personally like or dislike, but that these terrorists, are they radicalizing people across the globe? They hate us. They hate Trump. They hate Taylor. And we need a true commander-in-chief who's not MIA, who doesn't stall out on the job.
What if he quotes one of her songs and he says something to the effect of, there's a lot of bad blood, not a bad blood.
So we are sponsored by Bestwork Industries for the Blind. Yes, Changing Lives, a nonprofit organization located right in South Jersey, Cherry Hill. Bestwork Industries for the Blind, providing training as well as employment for people who are blind or visually impaired, for employment opportunities, or if you just want to donate. Bestworkindustries.org, bestworkindustries.org. That's our big three.
All right. Thank you very much, Don.
Hey, can I just play this Cori Bush clip? I never got to it in the cut sheet. She lost. She got her butt kicked.
Yep.
They ousted her in she's Missouri, right?
Yeah, St. Louis, roughly.
In a primary. And she had a pretty much unhinged speech after she lost, where basically she said, "Hey, she doesn't have to be afraid anymore because she's radicalized now." So there you go.
Okay.
Cut 11, Phil, if you can. Go.
Because see, now I don't have to worry about some strings that I have attached. And as much as I love my job, but all they did was radicalize me, and so now they be afraid.
Be afraid.
Uh-oh.
Is that a threat?
APAC, I'm coming to tear your kingdom down.
Oh.
What does that mean?
I don't know. It sounds like a threat.
Wow.
APEC, I'm coming to tear your kingdom down.
She's radicalized. She made a threat. I mean, if we just took those words and they came out of Donald Trump's mouth, I mean, my God, the firing squad would be deployed.
If she's not on a terrorist watch list, she should be.
I know. Man. By the way, imagine being married to that.
Oh, God.
Could
she's
you
hideous.
imagine that?
She's an
Could
awful
you imagine
person.
hey, honey, you want to go to Target? I'm radicalized.
Yeah, everything's an issue.
Oh, my God.
Oh, God.
I've never seen a squad dem smile.
No.
It's impossible.
Yep.
It's like a CNN news anchor. They just are unpleasant people.
And who's she saying she's going after?
APEC?
The kingdom. She's going to tear the kingdom down.
APEC, I'm going to
The
tear.
Asia Pacific Economic Corporation?
I don't know.
Like, who's she talking about?
I
OPEC,
have
APEC?
She says
Who's she talking about?
no longer has the strings being pulled on her back. I thought the squad dems were the one pulling the strings.
By the way, that whole string thing, that's an anti-Jewish trope. By the way, she's a hideous anti-Semite.
Oh, of course
she's
they all
a
are.
hideous anti-Semite.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank God the Democrats came to at least the Democrats in Missouri came to their senses and voted her out.
2 down, 7 to go.
Yeah.
9 squad dems on the list.
Yep.
Jamal bit the dust, and now Bush does as well. All right, I do want to give you these numbers. So Nate Silver of the 538, and then the betting market, they're identical right now. So, and it's 4-3 in favor of Trump, but that would still mean a Harris victory. So in Nate Silver's 538 polling average and election forecast, he has Trump winning Nevada by a half point, Georgia by a point, Arizona by a point, and North Carolina by a point. But he has Harris winning Michigan by 2.5, Wisconsin by 1.5, Pennsylvania by a point, which when you compute it, it comes out to a 2-point advantage for Harris. The betting market, for the first time, absolutely mirrors and is reflective of polling numbers. The betting market shows Trump up 10 points in Nevada. Now, this is the odds of winning the state probability. Trump plus 10 Nevada, plus 18 Arizona, plus 18 Georgia, plus 36 North Carolina. But in the 3 Big Ten states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, Kamala is up 61-39 in Michigan. But then you have PA and Wisconsin, identical. 51 for Harris, 49 for Trump. Basically coin flips. Here's what this election comes down to right now. It's either PA or Wisconsin. Assuming Trump can win the 4 states I just mentioned in Nate Harris's poll and the poly market betting odds market, if those are correct, Trump would need to win, because I think Trump's going to lose Michigan. He just has to win Michigan or Wisconsin or Pennsylvania. That's really what this comes down to. Go ahead, Donna.
No, I'm
Okay,
just
I thought you were.
No. I'm listening to you intently. It just what I, and obviously this is a snapshot, as Greg said earlier, but the Cook report and national polls don't really matter. We say that, okay? Mm-hmm. I have to say that
because they don't.
Because they don't.
Yes.
But the Cook report, I find it interesting that as they look at it, and just this morning saying that Arizona, Georgia, and Nevada, they all moved from a category of leaning Republican to a toss-up.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so what that tells you is just, without quoting this, this statistic or this new poll, there's so much in play. And that's really what day to day. And that's why I go back to this. that the campaign matters, to be on top of. That's why Trump is holding this news conference today at 2:00.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what I will say. This is not Trump's first rodeo. Okay, he won it. He did have a win in 2016.
Yeah, this is his third
He learned
rodeo.
a lot, right?
Yeah.
And so he learned a lot last time around in 2020. He's not taking anything for granted. And I think that he is good on the campaign trail, and he is good at being flexible on the campaign trail.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see that kind of flexibility with regard to the Harris-Walz campaign.
Mm-hmm.
What I saw yesterday, and I think you played it earlier, Greg, as far as on YouTube, just looking at Kamala Harris and Tim Walz as they were evading and avoiding the media. It was awkward, their body language. They did not know what to do, as they were literally hiding behind Girl Scouts to avoid the stolen valor question and not knowing how to be flexible on the campaign trail.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kind of thing that I'm looking for as I think about every single hour on the campaign trail matters between now and November 5th.
And you mentioned 270towin.com. I just want you to know this as well. There's actually other paths for Trump to victory with the 7 swing states. He could actually lose 2 out of the 3 of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, as long as he wins Pennsylvania, and he can lose 2 of the 4 of North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. So those 7, he technically would only have to win 3, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and North Carolina. He could lose Michigan, lose Wisconsin, lose Arizona, lose Nevada, and the electoral map will show you 270 to 268 in favor of Trump, which would drive the media insane. Conversely, on the flip side, if Harris found a way, and I haven't gone through the states to get that result, but if Harris were to win 270 to 268, you know what's going to happen on social media on November 6th when people wake up and see the results. 855-839-1210. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You guys have 2 choices. You either leave quietly, we take the body, or you stay, we beat the shit out of you, and we take the body.
Besides, me and Billy found him first.
Yeah, Vern told us how you found him. Oh, Billy, I wish we never boosted that car. Oh, Billy, I think I just turned my Fruit of the Looms into a fudge factory.
That's it. Your ass is grass.
Okay, Chambers, you little this is your last chance.
Such a great movie.
So good.
What do you say, kid?
Why don't you go home and your mother some more?
Think you know what it is? Be calling
I love that movie.
855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Well, it came out on this day in 1986, and if you know that gem, be caller 12 right now at 855-839-1210. You will get the pair of tickets to Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. at the Scottish Rite Auditorium, Collingswood, New Jersey, coming up on September 12th. Each ticket will also include a copy of Letters to Trump. Tickets on sale, 1210WPHT.com.
Every guy of a certain age has watched that movie a dozen times.
And
least.
laughs every time they see it.
Exactly.
All right, we'll see if we get our winner on the other side, and then it's time to hear your voicemails. Kayal and Company, back after this.
You've heard me talk about Chapman windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation for years now. They're local. Mike and Mark Chapman started their business, nearly 30 years ago. Great guys. As their family grew, as their families both grew, their business has grown as well. They're local, like-minded, and you may not think of Chapman right away when you think about maybe the siding choices, the stucco remediation, like I say, but this is a critical investment. And these certified Chapman installers are the very professionals you want on that job. So if you're thinking of updating your current siding, maybe removing that stucco, replacing it with siding, I want you to think Chapman. Now through Labor Day, this is incredible. Chapman is offering 20% off your James Hardy siding project. If you don't know what I'm talking about when I say James Hardy siding, Go to ChapmanWindowsDoors.com and look at all the before and after pictures. I do. I love this. I love this look. It's so beautiful, and you're going to love your home, the look of it. And if you're thinking about maybe within the next 2 to 5 years, maybe you're thinking about selling, it's obviously going to boost the curb appeal and the value of your home. But when I say 20% off your James Hardy siding project, that includes windows, doors, shutters. Wow, that you would purchase to complete that entire exterior fabulous makeover. So head on over to ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. You can call, you can text 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to Virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Lace up your sneakers for Independence Blue Cross Senior Stroll the Bases on Wednesday, August 28th, when fans 55 and over get a chance to circle the diamond following the Phillies-Astros game starting at 4:05. Secure your seats at Phillies.com. When the sun goes down, we turn the lights up. Fridays at the Bank continue on August 16th at 6:40 when the Phils face the Nats. Join the party and secure your seats at Phillies.com.
Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is known for being South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. Choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area or have their master jewelers create a one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at FamilyJewelers.com.
Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's one thing falling in love with a house, picturing yourself moving in and calling it home, and quite another navigating the world of price negotiating, mortgage lenders, and finding the budget that works best for you. An agent who's a Realtor can make understanding that world easier. Realtors have the expertise, access to proprietary data, and tools to help you get from imagining living somewhere to actually doing it. That's the kind of help we can provide, because that's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
At some point today, everybody will use a bathroom. But if you're a contractor, there's an excellent reason why right now you could use a lot of bathrooms. It's the Great Bathroom Break at Colonial Marble and Granite, where every vanity you buy comes with a free stone countertop and free sink. Classic, traditional, contemporary, in stock for pickup or ready to ship. Choose a color and style, get a surface and sink, and you're good to go. So get going. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home. Restrictions apply. Visit colonialmarble.net for details on their vanity special.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
We have a man who's a warrior, a great military person. Dave McCormick is a seventh-generation Pennsylvanian who grew up in Bloomsburg, went to West Point, and earned a Bronze Star for his service in the First Gulf War. Dave went on to an outstanding career in business, and now he's fighting for the people of this Commonwealth, and he loves this Commonwealth.
Conservative Dave McCormick.
We need new leadership. We need a new president in the White House that's going to get our country back on track. We need a new majority in the Senate that's going to be able to take our country in the right direction.
Dave will vote to secure your borders, stand up to China, unleash incredible amounts of Pennsylvania energy, and he wants to stop Bidenflation. David McCormick, you have my total support and my total endorsement, and you got to win. Dave McCormick.
I'm Dave McCormick, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick. www.davemccormickpa.com.
Hi, everyone. Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing, though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Nine 9:33, Kayal and Company, Thursday morning. This segment brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. The Dream Days are here. Visit Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City and discover exceptional offers on the 2024 C-Class and E-Class sedans, as well as the all-new CLE Coupe and the CLE Cabriolet. Visit them at piazzaautogroup.com for more information. We're going to get to the voicemails coming up in just a few moments. But first, let's give away our Politics and Pints tickets. He's in New Jersey, so it's not far from him. Travis in Cherry Hill. Travis, good morning. What movie did we just play for you?
Good morning. The movie is Stand By Me.
Yeah.
Stand By Me.
Travis.
And you'll be standing near or next to Donald Trump Jr. and Dom Giordano coming up on September 12th. Congratulations, Travis. We appreciate you listening, buddy.
Thanks, guys. Be safe today.
You got it. You as well, Travis. Thank you very much. One more pair of tickets coming up on tomorrow's show. Before we get to the voicemails, let's find out what we still have to get to on a Thursday installment of What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet? Part 2.
I chair dance every time this song plays.
What's that?
I chair dance every time this song is on.
That's good for you.
I'm like a 65-year-old getting ready for The Price is Right when Bob Barker came out.
Karine Jean-Pierre went back and forth yesterday with a reporter over transgender protections. This is EWTN White House correspondent Owen Jensen over Title IX protections that have just gone into effect, right? Am I right about that?
Yes.
I'm still trying to figure out what EWTN stands for.
I don't know. He's a reporter. He's a White House reporter asking Karine Jean-Pierre the tough questions, which she doesn't like to do. This is Cut 26. Phil, go.
Great. Thank you. The new Title IX went into effect last Thursday. As you know, it's faced lots of lawsuits. Many governors say they're not going to even follow it. So there's that angle of it. But critics say the new Title IX hurts women and girls. For starters, they say it will destroy women's sports by allowing biological men to compete directly against women in sports. Does the president share that concern?
So let me just say, so there's still ongoing litigation, so I would have to refer you to DOJ, but more broadly, every student deserves the right to feel safe. Every student deserves the right to feel safe in schools. That's what the rule is all about, strengthening and restoring vital protections that the previous administration took away. And ending violence against women and girls has been a priority not just for this president as president, but certainly during his Senate years throughout his career. and that is something that he's has been always very focused on. This is an important step in ongoing work to end campus sexual assault. That's what we want to see, and I cannot speak any further to the litigation. I'm not going to get ahead of any of that, so I'm just going to leave it there.
How do you address the concerns that the new regulations, the new Title IX rewrite, will allow men, biological men, into women's locker rooms?
Look, I want to be, again, really careful here. It's an ongoing litigation. I'm not going to say anything beyond that.
Right.
Does the President have any concerns about this? Is he going to pull it? Is he going to pull the Title IX?
It's an ongoing litigation through DOJ. I'm just not going to say beyond it. Okay?
Yeah. So, I mean, I could have answered that reporter's question with my own soundboard right here. I mean, I've got them literally on the, so here you go. Honest to God, here you go.
I'm not going to get beyond that.
Right, and then I will...
I would refer you to the White House counsel.
Right, but see, Kayal and Company doesn't have to refer you to the Department of Justice. So she said, quote, Joe Biden always wants to make sure that every student feels safe and secure, except for biological females in their own lane. Right?
Who are in a locker room changing.
Yeah.
Or a bathroom.
See, what we need to do is a reporter should have said, Karine, what is this administration's official stance on biological men punching women in the face? And then she would have just sat there and she would have stared at her binder and flipped through pages. And
you are correct, though, where you could just play the sound bites.
Funny.
Yeah. I think moving forward, since this administration is on its way out, at least in its current incarnation, anytime we get Karine on the cut sheet, we just play the reporter's question. We don't actually play her answer, and then let me handle it.
I'll see you tomorrow. Come talk to me.
So 26 states, it did not take effect because they tried to block it.
Oh, they're going to ignore it. Yeah. And it falls right down party lines, Dawn.
Yep.
Red states are ignoring it. Blue states are adhering to it.
Which means we are. We've talked a lot about that.
Correct.
Bucks
Pennsylvania.
County.
Yep. There you go.
Cut 18, Phil, yesterday, the word of the day at the White House.
Weird?
No, resilient.
Oh, they pivoted.
Cut 18, Phil, go.
Our broader economy remains resilient. And what we've seen recently is consumers remain resilient, but we believe that the economy remains resilient. I would say the economy remains resilient. We believe the U.S. economy remains resilient.
There you go. How's the economy doing? Resilient.
Do you think there's one designated person as the White House word person? Their only job is just to come up with the buzzword of the day, week, or month?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Kamala has been using unburdened. We've heard weird. Now we've got resilient.
Yep.
It's remarkable.
It is remarkable.
And they just, whatever they come up with, they make sure to distribute in the email chain that we're not privy to.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
You want to hear voicemails?
I love voicemails.
Well, we should get to that next.
All right, coming up next. If you left us a voicemail, good chance we'll get to it. We were a little behind. We're still catching up on the week because you guys flooded the inbox.
It's unbelievable.
Which we like.
The outpouring has been overwhelming as far as people leaving voicemails. And we're playing all of them, by the way.
Yes, we are.
Even if they say I suck.
Yep. You still have 5 minutes to get in. Download the Odyssey app. Right next to the Listen Live button's a little microphone. Tap it, speak, and send it. Back after this on Kayal and Company.
Yeah, we got to talk about my friends at Piazza because summertime, it's still here. We're still in August, a beautiful weekend for another road trip, and there's no time like the present to get back out on the road, especially this weekend. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're going to help you find that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. And Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles from brands, and these are some of the most beautiful, powerful brands on our roadways right now. I'm talking about Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, and so much more. Just visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. You can always stop by in person, one of their many dealerships across Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey. PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Selects Premium Package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better. You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge.
Oh, you people are wonderful.
Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee.
I hear better than I ever thought possible.
Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to JabraEnhance.com/try. That's JABRA Enhance.com/try. JabraEnhance.com/try.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me. 40 days up to 40 pounds. Shed that summer vacation weight by reaching out to NJ Diet. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days and without any shots. NJ Diet is all natural. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work, along with bioenergetic scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get your body into the fat-burning zone so you can finally lose that weight. Then, NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Best of all, it's contractually guaranteed. You're fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations in Newark, Delaware, King of Prussia, and Cherry Hill, or available worldwide with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consultation today by going to njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Please hold your applause until after the show. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. The Dawn Show coming up 15 minutes from now. Also, we will find out what she has on tap and what occurred today in music history. But before that, it's time for you to spout off with the Odyssey 1210 WPHT voice message machine.
Kayal and Company and Odyssey app. You listen in Charlotte, North Carolina, where our talk radio is absolute garbage.
Yeah,
you guys have great objective insights. Keep it up.
Wow.
Great. Yeah, I heard the talk radio these days down in Charlotte, North Kakalaka, a little lacking from time to time.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it. I love that everybody can find us.
I don't even mind a woman being president, but just not Kamala.
Amen to that, brother. Hard-hitting, astute analysis. He landed the plane.
Yep.
Short and sweet.
Yeah, I like it.
Less is more, folks.
I don't understand what RFK was thinking. Anyone who wants to skin a dead baby animal.
Amen.
I don't want anywhere near me at all, or even in the office.
Yep.
It's crazy he even thinks of that? Who drives by on the road, sees roadkill, and wants to grab it?
Yeah.
Even the Democrats
Last one
don't
for me
want
at the moment. It's funny too because everyone will get on JD Vance for being weird, but don't think that RFK doing this thing with his bear is very weird, and they're just going to let it go. Unbelievable.
It is unbelievable.
Is there a politician out there that's not weird? They're all weird.
Yeah.
Why are
agreed.
they all so socially awkward?
Yeah.
It really is amazing.
Yeah, I don't want to let that whole JFK baby bear thing die.
No.
It's hideous to me.
No.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, where the newspaper boy was. Haven't seen a newspaper in a couple days. Wondering if you ever gonna come back. Guess who?
Family Guy.
Sorry to leave you so many messages.
It's amazing.
Just lonely here, thinking about the muscle-down paper boy. Wishing he'd come by and bring me some good news. Where are you? Oh, you're starting to piss me off, you
yeah.
little piglet son bitch.
This is gonna delve and this is gonna devolve into just lowest common denominator stuff, which I'm absolutely for.
Me too.
Is your pretend Ozzy calling in? And Chuck Schumer should be investigated for the hit he put out on Donald Trump when he said they're gonna get you 6 ways till Sunday, Donald. And also Pelosi, and they were waffling on Biden staying in past that debate performance, which was obviously feeble and feckless. And so I would investigate those two characters in a tinfoil hat conspiracy theory that the Democratic Party basically looked the other way and tried to put a hit on. Luckily, they got the worst shot in the entire nation to be on the job. Take care.
You too.
We love you all.
Yeah, well, we love you as well. I think Schumer should be investigated for trying to actually put cheese on a frozen burger on a grill. What a guy.
Yo, this is Pete, South Philly.
Yo, Pete.
I can't stand when Greg gets smarmy with Dawn.
Me too.
He gets smarmy with Nick, too.
Yeah.
Guys act like a know-it-all.
Yeah.
It's annoying.
It is.
Yeah.
Also, he copies Jim Norton with the Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and never gives him credit.
Jim Norton?
I know about O&A. You're not fooling anybody. Quit stealing bits. Also, let Greg just be the PD. I'm sure he's fine at that.
Well,
bring in Sean Ferris as the third mic.
Oh, here we go again.
The chemistry between Nick, Dawn, and Sean is fantastic, and it rolls off the tongue beautiful, too. See ya!
There you go. Wow. Dawn, I'm officially resigning, and it's Sean Ferris.
Nope.
By the way, Sean Ferris
allowed
will be here tomorrow. So
you got your
don't worry
wish there,
about
pal.
it. Yeah, don't worry about that.
Yeah. Sean will be here tomorrow with Dawn. I'll be off as well, so knock yourself out.
Wait, who else is off?
I'll be off.
I'm off too.
Yeah, I got a orthodontist thing going on.
I'm off. It's you and Sean tomorrow, dude.
Oh, I did not even know that. You probably sent me a memo.
Everybody's going to no. Well, actually, I just found out at 4:50 this morning.
Yeah, I had a late emergency with the kids with braces, but yeah.
Jim from Washington Township. I agree with almost everything Dawn and Nick say. It's interesting, this race. It shouldn't be as close as it is. And I think it's just a bump. How can someone with a rating below Biden all of a sudden be side with Trump? And not in the ratings, but just in the races. I just think the whole thing is going to go Republican, hopefully in November.
Mhm.
So love the show.
Thank you.
Love you guys. Have a great day.
I love your connection as well. Yeah, part Bluetooth, part speaker, seatbelt thing beeping in the background. What did you call us from the Titanic?
We love the message.
Yeah, we love the messages. And by the way, there's a ton more. We won't get to them tomorrow because I'm not going to be here, but we'll get to them again on Monday.
Hey, that's a 3.5 day period for you to stockpile messages, folks.
There's going to be sun. So if you're listening right now on the Odyssey app, just hit the microphone button and And then Monday, if Nick and I still have jobs, because everybody's going to want Sean and Dawn in the morning.
I mean, it rhymes.
Because we rhyme. Sean
I was just going to say.
Look, I've met program directors that I swear build their programming decisions around the name of a show.
Yeah. So you're 100% correct on that.
So.
By the way, so Monday, Nick and I might be here, or we might not be here. It could be Sean and Dawn.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, but we do know 9 minutes from now the Dawn Show will be coming up, and we find out what she has lined up for the top of the hour.
Yeah, man, we have so much developing and so much breaking, but I will get into the Title IX situation since you did bring it up, and I plan on getting into that because last week, obviously, Title IX, that went into effect. How does it affect local school districts? Because TikTok, we're getting ready for back to school here. What does that mean particularly for school districts across our region, like Penn Ridge and that sort of thing? So I'll bring it home local and tell you what's going on there. We'll talk about Trump. He's speaking out. I have a sense of what his news conference is at 2:00 from the Trump campaign. So I'm going to give you some insights into that one as well. Guy Shiraki coming up at 10:30, senior fellow, obviously, needs no introduction, Broad and Liberty. But we'll talk about his take on all of this, and we'll play some of your favorite hits. And I'm going to say some things you're not going to like, too, as I look through the election. I know.
You're not allowed to do that, Dawn.
I know, but I have to look at all the good, the bad, the ugly, and we're going to do that.
Okay. Yeah, and speaking of back to school, my big take on August 27th, we will go through the receipts from Staples of my daughter's back to school supplies. One by one, notebook, highlighter, book bag. Blow my head off. All right, let's wrap it up with what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, August 8th, we celebrate the birthdays of Ricky Rocket from Poison, who's now 63, Dennis Drew from the 10,000 Maniacs, who's 67, The Edge from U2, who's 63, and Scott Stapp from Creed, who's 51. We also lost Olivia Newton-John on this day in 2022, and the Rhinestone Cowboy Glenn Campbell in 2017. Singles include Looking Out My Back Door by CCR in 70, Eleanor Rigby and Yellow Submarine by the Beatles in 66, Throwing It All Away by Genesis in 86, and Have a Nice Day by Bon Jovi in 2005. Albums include Straight Outta Compton by NWA in 88, An Innocent Man by Billy Joel in 83, and Resurrection by Rob Halford in 2000. Also in 81, MTV broadcast its very first stereo concert with the REO Speedwagon. In 80, the Greater London Council banned the Plasmatics from blowing up a car on stage during their live debut in the UK. And in 92, a riot broke out during the GNR Metallica show in Montreal. But lastly, on this day in 69, the Abbey Road album cover by the Beatles is shot outside Abbey Road Studios. For Kayal & Company, I'm Phil Upquist.
And now you know why Scott Stapp and Bon Jovi were played by soccer.
All day.
Earlier today.
All
there
morning.
You go.
Yeah.
All right, that'll do it for us. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is up next. Everybody have a great rest of your Thursday. We'll see you tomorrow.
Good night, everybody.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Now's the time to get Rescue Natural Supplements during their annual Customer Appreciation Sale. Rescue is celebrating you. Save 50% when you mix and match any 5 products or more with the code VIP50. Plus, you'll receive free shipping. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic